Holy crap. Yo, I told you guys. In the last live stream we did, I told you guys that the rumors, the talk, the stuff going through the grapevine was that Joe Biden was going to step down Sunday. Here we are. It is Sunday afternoon here in the United States, and it's happened. Joe Biden is officially out. Joe Biden has officially exited from the 2024 presidential race. And what is more than that is that not only has Joe Biden stepped out of the 2024 presidential race, but he has also endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be the next Democratic nominee. Now, she has to, of course, win the nomination. She has to get the nomination from the delegates at the convention. She does not automatically become the nominee. She has to get approval from the delegates that were elected in the primary. And it's not a guaranteed thing. It's not a guaranteed thing that it is going to be Kamala Harris. Even though Joe Biden is endorsing her, I expected him to endorse her because she is his vice president. If he didn't believe that she could step up to be president in his place, why would he endorse her? So, or why would he have picked her to be vice president? So it makes perfect sense that he did endorse her, but she still has to get the nomination. And of course, the Democratic convention is in August. Now, there is talk out there right now that there could be an open convention. That means that you could have multiple candidates possibly running at the convention, and the delegates would vote on them, and whoever gets the majority of the delegates would end up becoming the nominee. Now, do I think that's going to happen? In all honesty, no, I don't believe that's going to happen. In all honesty, what I think is going to happen is that they're going to have the roll call. They're going to they're going to select Kamala to be the nominee, because here's what you got to understand: if they go with anybody else at this point, if they go with anybody else at this point, you got to understand something. See, Fillier's talking about Gavin Newsom. I don't think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. And here's why I say it's got to be Kamala Harris. It's because when you think about it, if they elect anybody else but Kamala Harris, that candidate has to start from scratch. That candidate has to start from ground zero. Kamala Harris, because she is a part of the Biden-Harris ticket, she has access to all of the money that has been fundraised for Joe Biden. Yo, what's up, George?
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're hugely wrong.
About what?
It's not going to be Camilla at all. There's no way they're going to go out of the frying pan into the fire.
It's going to be Kamala, and here's why it's going to be her. Because she has access to all the money that he's raised. So that's like whoever, if they went with anybody else, they would have to start from scratch. They'd have to start from ground zero.
Yeah, but that's under the assumption that whoever they go with is flat out broke. You remember these Democrats, they have money. Okay, they have money. They don't need campaign money. They can fund it themselves. I'm telling you, absolutely, they're not going to go with Kamala Harris. Out of the frying pan into the fire. There's no way. Trump was easily wiping Joe, in whatever state he was in. Kamala Harris would be just as easy, if not easier. They cannot afford that. In my opinion, based on everything that Denali and I covered at to such a high degree so far since the shooting, they can't go with Gavin Newsom because that will split everybody. That will split the entire Democrat Party. They're going to bring in a ringer. It could be Hillary Clinton.
There's no way. There's no way.
Listen, you have to think. What will not split the Democratic Party? That's the key issue in terms of who's going to come out ahead as a nominee.
He's too old.
It doesn't matter. The question is If they split the Democratic Party now, they're toast. And they can't bring Gavin Newsom, because if they bring in Gavin Newsom, that means that they're gonna piss off everybody who's saying, "Oh, it should have been Camilla. You're ditching the black woman for a white guy." That's gonna happen. So Camilla's out of the question. The next one is, well, okay. What about what's her name? Barack Obama's wife, right? What about
Michelle?
her? Yeah. Hold a sec. You got to play this out. All right. What about her? Well, no. There's no possibility.
She doesn't want it.
Well, it's not she doesn't want it. There's no experience in actually running a company or running a government.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but also she doesn't want it, because you got to think about something. As popular as she is in the Democratic Party, if she wanted to actually run for public office, she could have run for Senate or House of Representatives in a blue state after Obama's administration was done, and she would have won easily. The fact that she didn't tells me that she doesn't want to be in public office.
In my opinion, here's where conspiracy theories jump in. In my opinion, she won't run for the presidency because she'll get exposed as being a dude.
Okay, well, George. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go where the wind's blowing. All right. So, and the only person in the entirety of the Democratic Party right now that has any gravitas is Hillary Clinton.
She lost to Trump.
She lost to Trump once before.
Yes.
This time around, they're prepared. That's the key point. This time around, they're prepared for it. They have all their ducks in a row, so to speak.
It's not going to be Hillary Clinton. She's part of the old guard, dude. I'm telling you, to me, with this.
Okay. Well, then hold up. If it's not Hillary Clinton, it's not. Then who is it in the Democratic Party that will not split the vote? That will not split the party?
I don't think Kamala Harris splits the party.
Oh no, she's
because
no one's gonna put her at the front to go up against Trump.
She's younger. She's younger, and so she brings on the people that were disenfranchised with Biden. We're thinking about staying out of the not voting this year, and she has the endorsement of Biden, so she brings on all the Biden loyalists.
Okay, hold on a sec. Biden has lost the young vote already,
and Kamala could get it back.
No. You don't understand. Biden has lost a young vote already. They try to buy the young vote again for the fourth time by saying we will forgive your student loans. The high courts came back and said that's bullshit. That's illegal. It's not going to happen. But this time around, it happened. The court judgment happened before the election. So the young vote's gone on Biden.
Yeah, but Biden's gone, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think that Kamala Harris is going to say? Oh, we're going to forgive your student loan?
No,
no one's going to buy that bullshit for a fifth time.
I think by the fact that she's a generation under him, that alone is going to bring back young voters.
Do you really think the Democratic Party is going? Do you really think there's enough young voters to help the Democratic Party overcome all the bullshit that surrounds Kamala Harris? And also the perception of just how stupid she is when she does public speeches?
No. So here's the thing about this. It's not enough to put them over the edge. It's not enough to get them to win, but it's a component in conjunction with other voters that could get them to win. Because here's the thing. You have to remember, going into this, people were dissatisfied with both Trump and Biden. They didn't like either one of them. They hated this rematch. They didn't like either of their choices. Now that Biden's out and Kamala's in, those voters might shift over to
hold on
her.
a second. You're wrong in what you just said. They hate this and that. No. What you're talking about, the people that were not happy with either choice, was only half the country. The other half the country was very happy with Trump.
I've got I don't see any evidence for that, George.
What you're kidding me? We're talking. The country's split down the middle.
Yeah.
So the half that was happy with Trump did not is you put that aside. The people that you're talking about, they're not happy with the choices they have, Trump or Biden. That's the other half of the country.
No. Because see what it is, you've got like 40% of the country that's always going to go with the Democrat, no matter who it is. You got another 40% of the country that's going to go with the Republican, no matter who it is. And then you got that, well, you know what? 45% that'll always go with the Democrat, 45% that'll always go with the Republican. And then you got that 10% that could go either way. So
yeah, that 10% is irrelevant.
That 10% is what decides elections.
That 10% is the margin of error.
No, the margin of error is like 2 or 3%.
No, it's higher than that. The margin of error is higher than that.
You don't think that it's independents and swing voters that are the ones that determine who wins the election?
Not in this climate. Before that, before 10 years ago, yeah, sure. Now, absolutely not. The system is what do you call it? I wouldn't say it's rigged. I say it's corrupted. With all the bullshit that they do to cheat in the election.
Okay, George,
absolutely.
They don't listen.
Absolutely,
they don't cheat.
Okay. You're not even up to date. I mean, was it the Arkansas or was it the Georgia?
Yeah, George.
They put a statement that
I know.
Okay, well then I just proved my point.
It's all bullshit.
What do you mean it's all bullshit?
It's what it is. It's people on the right who didn't want to acknowledge that their neighbors could vote for somebody other than Trump, and so they made up this big conspiracy theory in order to comfort themselves.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm not talking about conspiracy theory. I'm talking about government statements, official government statements that came out in the last 2-3 years.
By who? What agency? What official? Who said it?
Yeah. Okay, you stop interrupting. It came out
hold up, George. It's my fucking show.
Yeah, well, if you want me to answer, you stop interrupting.
Well, then give me an actual answer.
If you stop interrupting, I will give you an answer.
Go ahead.
The Georgia State of Electors. I believe it's either the electors or the judicial system. I'm not sure which one is the Georgia or Arkansas. They have put out an official statement that said yes, there was the votes that happened in 2020 were bullshit, were corrupt, whatever you want to call it. It's an official document. It's been presented to the in the public forum. It is part of history now.
How is it bullshit? How is it bullshit?
They confirmed that there was corruption in the electoral system.
What scale?
Enough to be a problem, but they can't do anything about it because it's too late now. It's 4 years too late.
George, I just don't see any evidence. Like, I understand.
You just don't pay attention, man.
No, I do pay attention.
No, you don't.
I'm not a fucking conspiracy theorist.
I'm not talking about being a conspiracy theorist. You just don't pay attention to the official statements that come out of the government. It's where they say, "Hey, wait a minute. Here's an official assessment of X," and you don't pay attention to that stuff. We do every night. We spend an hour, close to 2 hours, cataloging all the bullshit that's going on. And and a few of the things that actually happened recently is confirmation that the election in 2020 was compromised. And there are a few states that have officially stated the fact. They have done their due diligence and their audit, and they said yes, The vote count, all that stuff was bullshit. Now, the problem is, it's 4 years too late. The statements are vaporware.
So I want you to go on the record right now. Are you telling
It's
me?
not a record. Just talk to me like a normal person.
Hold on. Are you telling me that you believe that there was enough cheating, enough funny business, whatever you want to call it, in the 2020 election that caused Joe Biden to win, that he did not win legitimately?
Yeah, in my opinion, yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. Because there's enough high profile what we call media analysts who actually come to this conclusion. I'm not talking about people who are sitting there doing conspiracy theories. I'm talking about actual analysts. And if you want to start from any place in particular, you can start with Tucker Carlson, where he did a deep dive. I'm just throwing that out as a starting point. If you want a talking point,
I wouldn't necessarily call Tucker Carlson a reliable source.
Well, whether it's a reliable source or not, it's a starting point. I said you want to start. You want to start someplace where both the right and the left would consider it an impartial source. Try Scott Adams, the artist of Dilbert. He has a very very clinical assessment of the whole of the whole event.
He's an artist, George.
Did I stutter? Just because the guy is a satirist does not mean he has the capacity to provide clinical understanding of events that happen in the world. Wait. What are you by profession? Do you have a profession?
Yes.
Okay, what is it? If you don't want to say, just give me a bullshit answer.
I was going to say I'm a prostitute just for the lulz, but the difference is what you're saying.
You haven't answered me.
Hold up.
No,
the difference is,
what's a profession?
George, let me talk.
No, you haven't answered the question.
Let me talk. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay, start with a profession and then go into everything else.
All right. So I'm a writer.
Okay, great. Now, how's that any more credible? You being a writer than Scott Adams being a cartoonist?
I am not sitting here saying that I am the expert that is determining this. I'm saying that other people who are experts have determined that there was no significant.
What experts?
Dude, this has been looked at by the Justice. Hold up. It's been looked at by the Justice Department. It's been litigated. It's been litigated in court time and time again. And every time the case has been thrown out.
Yes, what you're talking about is there's two things that you're missing. One is there's a misunderstanding between election fraud. All right. Voter fraud and what's the other one? Give me a second. There's voter fraud. That's one. And then there's election. There's two distinct systems or legal elements that are brought before the courts when it comes to the problem with the elections. I forgot the exact name of the second one, and the problem is what you're talking about. Those little court things that were thrown out, all that stuff. They were not the. Give me a sec. Election fraud, and you know what? Let me actually contact Denelli, my co-host. I'll get that information, because what you're saying right now, I understand. I know exactly what you're saying because we've discussed this multiple times. But right at this moment, it escapes me what the terminology is. Let me see. Hey, let me get Denelli in the DMs.
Okay, while you're doing that, You have to remember, this was stuff that was brought by these were cases that were brought by the Trump campaign, Trump allies,
No, I know exactly. I know. I listen. I understand
and
exactly what you said. We catalog this to ad nauseum.
and the court did not find there to be any
No,
reasonable.
they didn't find. They threw it out. It never went to
Yes,
process. They threw it out.
because it would have been a waste of court resources.
No.
They do that all the time. When there's not enough evidence for something, the court will throw out a case. That happens all the time, George.
No, it doesn't happen all the
Yes,
time.
it does. What the fuck? Yes, it does.
Okay, why you continue to interrupt? Let me answer your question. It doesn't happen all the time. There's two ways that happens. One is yes, there's not enough evidence presented and it's thrown out. Second is there is the evidence, but it's the opinion of the judge that is being thrown out. So now they have one of two things. They have to go back and represent their case, or second, they have to go back and actually represent their case to a different judge to appeal a judge's decision in error. That happens all the time.
Have they done that?
Yes, it's happened. It's happened many times.
Have they done that?
It's happened many times. Hell, what Trump's going through in New York, it's happening right before your eyes.
Yes, and a jury found him guilty. Not a judge, a jury.
Did you? Oh my gosh! Did you miss the part where the whole trial in New York started off with Trump is guilty? How guilty is he? Was the trial?
If the prosecutor,
that's what happened.
If the prosecutor said that, that's the prosecutor's
No, it wasn't
job.
It wasn't the prosecutor. It was the judge. It's the same thing that happened with what's his name?
Show me where the judge said that. Show me where the judge said that.
That's oh my gosh! There's no way. There's way too much to filter out. That's give me a sec. That's what happened with Alex Jones when they started the Alex Jones trial. Is exactly how the Trump trial started. Alex Jones / is guilty. This whole trial is not about confirming his guilt. This whole trial is confirming how guilty.
Where? Show me. George, I'm not just gonna believe you. You gotta show me this shit.
Listen, Holzer.
You have to listen.
An hour, wait, are you up around? It says in an hour. What's up? Give me a sec. Can you jump on a live stream for a minute?
All right, listen. I'm gonna read some comments while you're.
Yeah. Read the comics. I'm trying to. I got through to Denali.
Okay.
And he's way more knowledgeable on this than I, because he's like a constitutionalist and he knows the minutia of everything that we're talking about.
Yeah. Michael says Extra Hero was wrong. Well, Extra Hero was saying that Biden wasn't going to drop out last week, so technically he was right about that. I still think he would have dropped out last week. I just think the Trump shooting threw everything out of whack. So a Harris Newsom ticket. No, I don't think it's going to be Newsom because California is a mess. Dems would vote for a bucket of shit with a D if the alternative is a Republican. But that's true on the Republican side as well. Like I said, 40% are always going to go Democrat, 45% are always going to go Democrat, 45% is always going to go Republican. Jolis Parsec says, I'm watching the entirety of current events on GameFAQs go completely bonkers over this news. They were absolutely convinced that Joey was staying in the race. I don't. So let me talk about this for a second. If you honest to God thought Joe Biden was going to stay in the race, I'm sorry, but you're crazy. Because I mean, let's just keep it 100 here. There's no way they were going to let him stay in this race. And I know that Joe is digging in. Okay, grandma and grandpa dig in when you try to take the car keys away, even though they're driving off the road, almost causing accidents on a consistent basis. And it's like, well, sorry, grandma, sorry, grandpa. you got to go. So no, it just I just knew this wasn't going to happen after that first debate and then the follow-up interviews. There was no way that he was going to stay into this. It was a matter of when, not if. Kamala just sucks so much. Well, I mean, whatever your opinion of Kamala Harris is, at least she's more coherent than Biden.
That's true.
Young people like AOC and Bernie more than they do Kamala. Who's to say, though, that she couldn't put Bernie Sanders as her vice president?
Oh, big booty AOC. Oh my gosh.
No. AOC, no. AOC doesn't have the charisma to be on a presidential ticket. But Kamala Harris could put Bernie Sanders as her vice presidential pick. Biden is out of here. Yep. I still don't think that 10% would be motivated to vote for Harris. This is going to be one of the closest elections. I mean, well, let me say this. After the debate and after the Trump assassination, Trump was setting up to win in a landslide. We don't know where things are going to go from here, but if Kamala can regain some ground, it's very likely that this is going to be one of the closest elections that we've ever seen in our lifetime. Don't be surprised. When I say close, I mean somebody winning the Electoral College under 300 Electoral College votes, because usually it's over 300 Electoral College votes for the winner. You only need 270 to win. It could be less than that for the winner. Like, that's what I consider to be a close race. Isn't Scott Adams like terribly racist?
No, that's bullshit.
I'm blanking. Who the fuck is Scott Adams? Who was that?
A Dilbert artist.
Oh yeah, he got canceled for what did he get canceled for?
He did a Dilbert cartoon where he addressed DEI directly, and the newspapers weren't happy with that, and they canceled him out. Well, not really. They just removed his Dilbert from the syndicate, from the syndication, but that hasn't stopped him from making money and all that stuff.
All right, I'll have to look more into that.
No, that's what happened. It's not rocket science.
Hearing George praise Scott Adams after watching that Gamer from Mars video about him hits different.
Who's Gamer from Mars?
What? Let's see.
What is the Gamer from Mars thing? I don't understand the context.
Gamer from Mars is a YouTuber.
Okay.
I don't know what incident they're talking about though.
Okay, here, hold on a sec. Denali wrote to me in DM because he can't get online. He said, voter fraud equals voter did fraud, also known as voting more than one time. Election fraud equals the process as being corrupted. Now, excuse me. Oh, okay. I think he's going to jump in. Give me a sec. I'm going to give him the link.
So
all right. So here's the thing. The two things that have been brought before the court is voter fraud and election fraud. The problem is one is harder to prove over the other. Election fraud it needs to prove that the machines or the system it was compromised, meaning no link no the link to the story. Hold on a sec. Damn it. No. I am online live right now. Talking. Give me a second about all this. Okay, so, sorry. Let me go back to my train of thought. Election fraud is that the system has been compromised, meaning the election machine, the ballot harvesting brought into to be counted after the polls have closed. That kind of stuff. That's election fraud. Voter fraud is when someone knowingly votes more than once, or they have voted. They have voted dead people in the election. Right? That all of these two are different points. One of them has been thrown out because they can't prove it beyond perfectly. I believe that is. I think that was the election fraud because they needed the data to be confirmed out of the machines and the system, and all that information could not be pooled together quick enough for the what's called the deadline to be presented in court. That's where the 90 plus cases that was brought before the court were thrown out because they have not only missed their deadline, but they hadn't collected the certified evidence. Certified meaning that it has been confirmed by a county clerk. They can't just take people's words at this. They have to have the evidence presented in an official manner. That never happened. That's why over 90 cases have been thrown out, and that's what people have been running with. Well, all these cases have been thrown out because it's all no, it hasn't been thrown out. It's just that the evidence couldn't be collected quick enough and in a proper context.
So let me ask you this then: the lawyers and the attorneys that are responsible for collecting the evidence, if they were not able to gather the evidence in a timely manner, isn't that their fault?
No, it's not really their fault. It actually proves that the system was so compromised that they had to weed through so much bullshit just to get to the truth. That's the problem. See, you see,
But that's their job.
No, it's not the job. And see, the job is for someone to go to the to a ballot station, whatever, make their vote, and their votes counted.
No, I'm talking about the attorneys that were involved.
Yeah. But
it's their job to gather evidence.
Yeah, it's their job to gather evidence. The attorney themselves cannot be in multiple locations all at the same time. They need to hire people like what do you call it? Private investigators,
yes,
or stuff like that. That
yes.
takes time. That takes money. That
yes.
Yeah. So you think everyone's flush with cash?
No, but what I'm saying is, George, is
you're making an assumption that we're in a perfect world.
It is their responsibility to gather the evidence. How they do that, the way that they allocate the money and the resources and the manpower to do that, that's on them. If they do not do their job correctly and cannot bring sufficient evidence to push a case forward into a trial and it gets thrown out, that's not the fault of the justice system. That's not the fault of the judge. That's the fault of the attorneys for not doing a good job.
So, but you're still missing,
and that happens all the time, George.
Yes, I've said this to you too. It happens all the time. Whether it's either they don't have all the information at hand to go to trial, or the judge themselves is left up to the judge themselves to make a biased assessment of the situation. There is judges who make biased assessments all the time. There is district attorneys who make biased assessments all the time.
Are you calling the judges corrupt?
Are you challenging me on this? Because I can prove it way too quickly, way too easy.
Hold up. Are you saying that the judges were all corrupt in every single case?
Oh no! See, you're using weasel words now. You said every single case.
No. You said they had a bias. You said they had a bias.
Yes, but you see, you threw in a weasel word every single case. You know what? If you take that weasel word out, out of your statement, yeah, absolutely, I will say it with a surety, because and not everyone's and not all judges, not all, like say all 100% of the judges are corrupt.
I didn't say that. I said
no, you did. You did.
Hold
you
up,
said,
George.
you
George, let
said
me talk. I said every judge involved in these cases, the election fraud cases.
Yeah.
Not every judge in the country. Every judge involved in these election fraud cases. Are you saying that they were all corrupt?
Well, see, that's the part you're making an assessment of what
because
I said.
Because they've all been thrown out, George.
Yes, they've been thrown out for one of two reasons. I said one of two reasons. One, the information that they brought before the court was not enough, and two, it could have been enough, but there was a biased assessment of it, and it was thrown out. Do you understand?
A biased assessment by who?
By the judge.
So every judge acted
on their... see, don't throw the word every judge in there.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Trump election fraud cases. There was more than one, George.
Right.
What I'm saying,
but I said, out of those cases, all those cases, there's one of two reasons why the stuff was thrown out. One of two reasons. You're making it sound like, oh, it's because of all the judges in the fraud cases was biased. No, I didn't say that. Stop making shit up, man.
You brought up bias.
Yes, I brought it as a second option. You're making it sound like it's the only option in that.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
You brought up bias, and you didn't say anything else.
You said, "Oh, wait a minute! Did I just stutter?" I said very clearly. There's two ways that the stuff was thrown out. One is there wasn't enough information, and they threw it out. Secondly,
yes,
there wasn't enough information, and the judge made a biased decision.
Wait a minute. So what you're saying? Oh no, hold up. I'm gonna talk, George, because it's my fucking show, and I'm gonna talk for a minute. So you're saying that and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the judge looked at the evidence, determined that it was insufficient evidence to go forward to trial, and therefore threw out the case because of bias.
No. See, you're adding two things onto the same thing. No, I said, please pay attention, would you?
Well, actually, give a coherent argument.
I have, but you continually throw in your internal bias in your head to create a narrative.
Now I'm biased.
Yes, you are. And listen, I'll say it again. This is more like the fifth time that I've said this. There's two ways that all those court cases were thrown out. One is they brought in the case, and it was thrown out because there wasn't enough information to allow to go forward. Secondly, there was enough information, but the judge made a biased decision to throw it out. Do you understand?
How do you know that in those situations it was bias? How do you know that?
That is where you actually sit back and you look at the information that was brought before them, and you ask yourself in common sense, okay, so they were able to prove on the floor of the House, and Kamala Harris has confirmed this. Wait a minute.
We're talking about the...
Yes.
We're not talking...
I'm answering your question.
We're not talking about the House of Representatives. We're talking about the courts.
Stop interrupting. I'm giving you the answer.
You're confusing.
I'm giving you the answer.
Do you know how the legal system works, George?
You know,
the House of Representatives is not a court of law.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to give you an answer. You asked how. Okay, how do you know they were biased? I will tell you how I know they were biased when they made the decision in some of the cases. Here's how, and I come back to common sense. It has been proven in the House floor. They brought in the Dominion machines, and they showed that they were hackable. And excuse me. And what do you call that? CrowdStrike? Is it CrowdStrike that just happened recently? Last 5 days. Where
are you talking about where the tech all shut down?
Yeah. Is that it? Okay. Okay, now CrowdStrike took down a whole lot of systems all over the world, right? Because they were connected to the internet, and there was an automatic upgrades kicked in and all that stuff, and it fucked everybody up, right? Well, you know what was taken down in that system? The Dominion voting machines, which were said by everybody that they are not connected to the internet. Okay, there you go. Now, taking those two events, one, it's been proven that they're hackable, and two, it's just recently been proven that they are absolutely connected to the internet.
All right. So George, hold on.
But the thing is, they brought this information to the judge to argue that there was election fraud, not voter fraud, election fraud.
Let me grant
it was thrown out.
Let me grant you that the machines are hackable. I'll grant you that. They're connected to the internet. I'll grant you that. Is there evidence that they were hacked during the 2020 election?
Yes. There's in some cases where the tallies, this will have to be what called Google searched, or not Google searched, just searched in general. There are some cases where the tallies of a certain district came in at 130 to 150% of the registered voters. So basically, if that particular district says we have 100 voters who can possibly vote for one party or the other in this area, but we have 133% turnout or 150% turnout. How's that possible? And secondly, here's the good one.
Did that account for mail-in voting?
It doesn't matter if it's mail-in voting or not.
Yes, it does.
No. Hold a second. If you have a certain population in a district of 100 people, you just follow this thinking for a moment, please. One district. We'll just focus on one district, a fictional district of whatever kind. This is a thought process. All right. You have this particular district, and there's 100 people in that district, and the entire tally in that district is 100 votes. Now, those votes will get split up in one way or the other, for this guy or for that guy, or girl, whatever. But what happens when that in that district, when there's 130% voter turnout or 150% voter turnout? It doesn't matter if it's mail-in or walk-in. It could be like 30% of the people there decide to mail in their votes. So they should not actually walk in during voting day to vote, because they already voted by mail. But you still have 100 people in as a finite number. Do you understand? That has happened. That has happened multiple times. It has been cataloged multiple times in the last 4 years. No one's done anything about it, because the excuse me, because the district attorneys who are in charge of bringing stuff to court for assessment in terms of putting it through the due process are all part of the what do you call it, the George Soros.
Oh my God, George! Come on now.
Okay,
come on now. We're not really going to go down the George Soros rabbit hole, are we?
Okay, see, you're talking about Robert. It's already been proven. The judges, and the district attorneys who are prosecuting Trump are all part of the George Soros promotion to become in the position that they're in. This is front and excuse me. This is front and center. This you can't deny this anymore,
George. we're not really going to go down the rabbit hole of the George Soros satanic
rabbit hole.
cabal, are we?
Wait, what are you doing? Why are you putting all that bullshit in?
I don't believe this bullshit,
no. Hold on. Why did you say satanic and cult stuff?
Because that's the whole. That's the whole thing. It's the whole narrative. It's the George Soros.
Okay, I didn't say anything about that.
Blah, blah,
okay,
blah.
no, yeah, but you're adding a narrative into this that I didn't bring up.
You brought up George Soros.
Yes, that's right. He has funded a lot of judges, a lot of district attorneys to get into office.
So have the Koch brothers.
Yes, exactly. But I didn't bring them up.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You're acting like, oh, this billionaire on the Democratic side funded all these campaigns. Guess what? There's billionaires. Hold up. There's billionaires on the conservative side that also fund conservative campaigns.
Right.
It happens on both sides. It's not some grand conspiracy.
It does, but statistically, it's pretty suspicious when all of them are going after Trump at the same time, isn't it? See, that's the part you kind of gloss over.
What do you mean they're going after Trump?
At the same time, what do you mean? What about all these multiple court cases that Trump is sitting on?
Yes, because he broke the law.
No, he didn't. If he did, he would have been put in jail. You don't even pay attention to what's going on in the world, and
I do pay attention.
You're an opinion over here.
I do.
An informed opinion. That's all you are.
Why? Because I don't go along with this crazy ass narrative that Alex Jones came up with. Are you insane?
No. See, now you're making that shit up. All I used is Alex Jones as an example of a similar court case with. Hold up.
Is Alex Jones guilty? Is Alex Jones guilty?
Yeah, they pass him for guilty for $1 billion or $1.5 billion.
Okay, do you agree with the judgment that he was guilty?
He's just as guilty as Trump is.
So no.
No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is that the trial of Alex Jones and the trial of Donald Trump in New York it is under the same formula, where before the trial started, the whole point is that this trial is not to confirm guilty. This trial is to confirm how guilty the person is.
Show me where the judge said that in those cases. Show me.
I'll look because I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
I want the fucking quote.
I'll find that information and I'll send it to you.
Because right now it just sounds like you're trying to read the judge's mind.
No, I'm not reading anybody's mind. I'm just we're just reading the information that comes before us every single night. And one of the things that has come before us is the whole thing. You know what?
I'm not talking about the media narrative. I want to hear.
I'm not talking about the media narrative.
I want the quote from the judges in those cases.
You see, now you're using weasel words. You want the quote from? No, I didn't say.
Yes, because that's what you're accusing the judge of. Holy shit, George!
You're not listening to me.
You are taking these different points and you're conflating them with one another, and they're not fucking connected.
I'm actually on point on what I'm talking about, and I said the court case is not about judging if Trump is guilty. The court case is how guilty is he?
Who is the person in charge of a court case?
It starts off with the judge. That's right.
Exactly. The judge is there to moderate and mediate the trial. That's exactly right. So if there was going to be a bias that fucking matters, it would have come from the judge. Now show me the quote where the judge
right there. Show me the quote.
I need evidence, George.
No, I can show you the evidence, but I can't show you someone's quote. I can show you the evidence of what I'm talking about. You're
What's
talking
the
about
evidence?
something very specific. I have to find it. Did you hear the part? I have to find it. I have to do the search to get that information. I can't do it on the fly.
All right, search for it.
I am.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it's very difficult talking to someone who's not informed and stays up to date with what's going on in the world politics.
Why am I not informed? Because I don't agree with your fucking opinion?
No, it's not. It's not about being it's not about what call confirming or was it agreeing with my opinion. That has absolutely nothing to do with it. What has to do with it is that it's, in some cases, very basic understanding of what's actually happening right now, currently. You're not informed. That's great. Okay, then let me ask you this: is it a lone gunman on the Trump assassination?
Yes.
You see, you're not informed.
No, that is what all the evidence has showed. That is
no, it's not the evidence.
Oh my God,
there
George.
hasn't been any evidence presented to the courts to you know what's been presented. Do you know what's happened? Multiple witnesses have accounted, and also have you seen the sound analysis of that day? You haven't seen it, have you?
If you're talking about that there was multiple shots going off, yes, George.
No. I'm not talking about multiple shots.
That was the Secret Service taking out the fucking assassin.
One bullet. Secret Service took out shot one bullet. That's been confirmed. Secret Service only used one bullet to shoot. They said that the gunman was able to get 3 to 4 shots out. There was 5 additional shots that are unaccounted for.
Who's saying that?
Okay, see that you're not.
No, give me give me the fucking source. Give me the source.
Look up routers. Look up was it news alerts? Look up breaking 911. What is it? What else? In fact, and let me hell, even Elon Musk retweeted the information. Let me find it out, and we can. It's a half-hour video. Give me a sec. I'm going to Elon Musk right now. See, you're not keeping yourself abreast of what's going on, and that proves my point. You're an ill-informed opinionist, and that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. And you have cognitive dissonance, and I'm presenting to you.
George, hold up. No, shut the fuck up for a second.
Oh, you don't like me throwing a narrative over you?
You're not
is that right?
You're not going to come onto my show and insult me. That's not going to fucking happen.
You did that to me every single time I say something. You throw me in under the bus as a conspiracy theorist.
Because that's what it fucking.
You just confirm you're insulting me, and
you're
when I throw it back to you, you don't
hold
like
up.
Well, then, fuck, man. Show some class.
Hold up. When you repeat talking points that are said on fucking InfoWars, yes, because InfoWars is bullshit.
I didn't do any talking points about InfoWars. I just used InfoWars as an example of a similar court case. I didn't use InfoWars talking points. Where are you coming up with this bullshit?
Because that's the same thing that they've been saying.
No, see, you're throwing this bias shit on me, and that's insulting. Fuck off. You got to kick me out now. Or
all right.
Or you want to continue talking?
No, I'm good, George. I mean, it's just, listen, if you want to have a debate sometime, that's fine. But I want
I don't throw a narrative over you. Stop doing that to me.
I want links. I want sources.
That's a problem. Okay, no problem. But you're asking for it on the fly, and that's a problem.
Then don't bring it up, George. If you're not ready.
You know what? I asked you for certain things, and you can't bring it up either on the fly. So stop it. The sword swings both ways, man. You tell me, oh, that's bullshit. That's not true. Well, then prove to me it's bullshit. Instead of saying, oh, it's a conspiracy theorist, stop doing that. See, the sword swings both ways.
You have seen the news.
I keep
And
abreast
hold
of
up,
it.
hold up, hold up.
No, I keep abreast of it. Every single night we collect as much of it and bring and run it on the Joking Adventure Hour every single night. And this particular time, since the Trump shooting, we're not even doing the movie nights anymore because there's so much information that we're collecting from all over the place and presenting it and either calling it out as bullshit, and a lot of it is, but a lot of it is not, and that's where it leads to, holy smokes, what the fuck is really going on here, and it leads to more questions. It's including when senators of all senators ran after the director of the Secret Service like they were what do you call it, paparazzi. Can you imagine
Dude,
it? If senators were running
Trump's
after the Secret Service director, asking them, "Why did you do this? Why didn't you do that?" I mean, holy smokes! The paradigm shift is palatable.
that doesn't hold up. That doesn't mean it was a conspiracy to
I
kill
didn't
the
say it
president.
was.
Let me talk. You know what it is, George? It's incompetence.
Well, listen, I didn't say one way or the other. All I'm presenting to you is what's going on right now. You are creating a narrative over that. You said all this is a conspiracy theory or is over incompetence. I didn't say any of that. You're the one creating all these conclusions.
Then why bring it up, George?
Because it happened. You can make your opinion or informed or ill-informed opinion and come to a conclusion.
So
You're constantly coming to a conclusion.
why
I'm just
have
why can't
why
you
have
just
the,
say,
why have
what?
the
That's
why have the
interesting. Let's
why have
let's keep an eye on this. Or
why
that's
have
interesting.
why
Go ahead.
have the police not come out and said that there is a possibility of another shooter?
Because right now what's going on is they're trying to collect. There's two different systems trying to collect the information. One is my Corcus, Mayorkas. What do you call that guy? Alejandro, the guy in charge of the Justice Department. What's his name? Yeah. They're trying to collect the evidence, but the senators and the people who don't trust the system anymore are collecting the evidence on their own. So you have two different competing systems collecting evidence of what happened that day. Now, what's going to happen this week, I believe, is they're going to bring the director before the House, and they're going and the process of grilling, drilling down or grilling, whatever you want to call it, of trying to find out what actually happened is going to start.
Okay, but you
What?
You were bringing up this whole idea that there was more than one shooter.
Yes, and right now I'm scrolling through the what do you call it, the Twitter links to find where the information. So I'll give you the link, and we can walk through the whole thing. It's a half-hour video, and you
From
can.
who?
Well, just let me find it. See, stop doing that. See,
No,
I just said.
who posted it? What's the source?
Okay, you're asking. Why are you doing that? I'm telling you, I'm looking
Because
for it. I'm telling you, I'm looking for
holy
it right now.
shit.
I'm telling you, I'm looking for it right now. If I knew who posted it, if I knew where the source came from, I would have given you the link right now, immediately. But I'm not looking for it.
I'm not asking you for the link. You've seen the video, right?
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Okay. Well, then you ought to remember who posted the video.
No, I don't remember that because there's a whole lot of information. I'm looking for it right now. You're under the assumption that people have eidetic memories. No one's got perfect memory.
I didn't say anybody had perfect memory, but
you just suggested it.
If this video is so important, you would think that it would have stuck with you who posted the fucking video.
Yeah, well, no, it stuck with me that it's a half-hour video, a detailed analysis of the sounds during that day, and who the person is. I've never ever I don't know who that person is. That's why I'm looking for it right now.
So then why do you trust this person?
Because I have the same videos downloaded to or bookmarked in terms of that day and that event, and then I went back and actually played the source file. Was it off of Fox News or MSNBC and all that stuff? And you can actually hear the same audio, same audio stuff, and then you go like, wait a minute, yeah, he's right. I don't have, you can listen to his presentation, and then you can go to the was it Fox News or MSNBC or CNN and actually play the unedited long form moment of that event, and you can actually hear there's 3-4 shots coming off of the sniper, one shot coming from the Secret Service, and 5 shots unaccounted for. So I'm scrolling through right now, looking for that video, so you can
So are you making the assumption that the 5 shots came from another shooter?
That's the only practical reason. Now here's the thing: the 5 shots that came, the 5 unaccounted shots could be either one of 2 possibilities. One is a second gunman, a second assassin, or law enforcement, not Secret Service, law enforcement actually targeted the sniper, and they shot 5 times in that direction. But there's 5 shots unaccounted for in terms of where who made those shots. And I'm not saying it's a second shooter. I'm saying there's 5 shots unaccounted for. And everyone keeps talking about the shooter, the assassin, was able to do 4 shots at Trump, and then and the 5th shot was the Secret Service. Okay, great. Then what about the other 5 shots unaccounted for in the raw video?
Well, you just said it could have been a police officer.
Exactly. I didn't say anything else other than that. Of
well,
course I said that.
You asked me if I believe there was one shooter.
Yes.
And then I said yes, and you said I was wrong.
Yeah. There's multiple shooters. There's multiple shooters on that day.
Yes. I mean, no. There's not multiple people shooting at Trump.
I didn't say it's shooting at Trump.
Oh my God. That's the implication of what you said.
No, that's your bias. That's your bias.
No, you damn well know it.
No, that's your bias coming in and saying that.
So was there anyone else involved in trying to take out the was there anybody else?
I just said I gave you that answer very very clearly.
And I'm
asking, don't know that. I don't know.
All right.
It
well, based on the evidence that you've seen, what is your opinion?
I don't know what the answer is. All I'm saying is there are 5 additional shots unaccounted for that day on that event in that short time span. Okay, give me a sec. Let me find it. Gosh darn it, man.
Well, if the shots came from a police officer, how does that change anything about what happened that day?
I didn't say anything about changing.
Then why are we talking about this? It's not important.
I asked you a straightforward question. How many shooters were there that day? And you said only one. Okay, so you're saying there's the assassin and the Secret Service, right? Yeah. Okay, what about the 5 unaccounted shots? There's a third shooter. That third shooter is either a second assassin or the police taking shots at the assassin as the Secret Service is taking a shot at the assassin.
Okay, but how does that change anything?
It's a conversation that came up, and you're now trying to change the goalpost.
No, wait. Why does it matter if the police shot at the assassin? Like, that's what I'm not understanding. Like, why does it matter?
Because I was trying to prove a point that you are not up to date in what's going on in the current events.
Because it doesn't.
It proved my point that you are not up to date. You're ill-informed on being current on all the events.
That doesn't fucking matter. The assassin's dead.
You see, that's a biased opinion. It doesn't matter. Yes, it absolutely does matter because it helps create a crystal clear situation of what actually happened that day.
So it matters that the police did their job?
I didn't say that. You're creating the biased narrative. It matters. The police
sweet
did their
Christ.
job. I didn't
George,
say any of that. You're
George,
making all these conclusions.
What are you trying to say?
Okay. Wait a minute. Here we go. Here's the first link, which was regarding the senators. And now, how do I give it to you? Is there a DM?
Put it in the private chat.
Where is it? I'm not very familiar with this interface. Hold on. It's not StreamYards. Oh, there you go. Hold on. All right. There you go. Please play this, and we can talk about it while I continue looking for the other video.
All right, let me screen share it. Let's see what this is all about. Okay, let's see. Let's read this.
Well, you can read that, or you can actually hear it directly. The video's at the bottom.
All right. Who's MJ Truth Ultra? Who's this guy? Well, then what is...
all they're doing is look at the video. They're not the ones creating the video. They're the ones actually linking to the video that was in the mainstream media. So go to the video.
Is this it?
Yeah, right there. Play it.
And Director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, about this epic failure of security. Can you walk us through what you'd like to see and your preliminary findings of your investigation, which has now become bipartisan? Is that correct?
Correct. I spoke with Chairman Blumenthal, the chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation. I'm the ranking member. He completely agrees with me that we must start doing transcribed interviews with all the witnesses now, while memories are fresh. So that's really good news from my standpoint. My staff immediately started reaching out to local law enforcement. We've gathered a fair amount of information. Again, we're just scratching the surface. But a couple of things that we found out. For example, the Secret Service did not even attend the 9 o'clock security meeting with local law enforcement. Pretty well put in charge the Butler County law enforcement to coordinate things. Law enforcement wasn't even on the same channel. The SWAT and sniper teams.
Just to be clear, Senator, that was a 9 a.m. meeting on July 13th, the day of the shooting.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, Secret Service had been there for site visits, weren't even there. Kind of turned over some of the outer perimeter stuff to local law enforcement. They weren't even on the same security channel. So the sniper and SWAT teams weren't on the same channel as the patrol officers, and they weren't on the same channel as Secret Service. So they had to relay things. One of the things we found out is that we've got a more detailed timeline. This picture is now on the internet, but a photo was taken by the local sniper team in the AGR building at 5:14 of Crooks. So again, we had pictures of this guy. Why wasn't he intercepted? There's so many unanswered questions here.
The pictures were taken at 5:14, and he was shot at 6:11.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, we've got a more so I'm going to be issuing a preliminary report. It's preliminary. It's just scratching the surface. We're primarily going to release that report to solicit more eyewitness testimony. If you took video, save it. Make a backup copy. We can glean things in terms of audio and in terms of where the shots came from. Was it one rifle? Was it more than one? I've seen some pretty interesting video on the internet by experts that certainly calls into question what the FBI is telling us about a single shooter. Again, we're only just beginning this, but it is so important that people who saw things, that have information, they preserve it, they memorialize what they saw, because memories change over time. They can be influenced. So it's good news on a bipartisan basis. Chairman Blumenthal and I are dedicated to taking transcribed interviews with law enforcement and public, just members of the general public that were at that rally. No matter how insignificant your piece of information might be, it might lend to provide the full story of what happened, because the American public needs to understand what happened here.
So I know that, I tweeted out yesterday the fact that you're doing this bipartisan investigation, and I put on your email. You have an email that you want people to send information to, and I know that you'll tweet that later. But I got to get to this. After the shooter was taken down by Secret Service, the local law enforcement, and I know this from some of your preliminary comments, your preliminary findings, started taking pictures of the dead body, right? Can you tell us what happened then?
Correct. So that sniper team that was in the AGR building, they're the first ones that went up on the roof. They were the first to encounter the dead assassin at that point in time. Later on, other people joined them, and somebody told them to send the pictures they had taken to an ATF agent, which I think is very strange. And we called up that ATF agent. That individual said that he was with ATF, and now he's gone dark. We've also reached out to the Secret Service agents in charge on the ground. All we're getting there is the runaround. So we are getting information from local law enforcement, and we appreciate that. But unfortunately, federal law enforcement agents, they're just saying, well, go through your congressional liaison. Again, that's going to be unacceptable. I wish I could rely and have faith in the FBI and the Secret Service to do a truthful accounting of this, but that's not been my experience with the Russian collusion hoax, and for years dealing with federal law enforcement. We need completely separate and independent investigations, and it has to start now.
So are you questioning whether or not there was a second shooter? Is that what you're questioning, or if the shooter had a different gun?
I saw an extremely convincing video online. I know it's all over the place. There were 3 distinct shots early on, followed by another 5 in more staccato, more rapidly fired, and then the final one, which we believe took the shooter out. How do you explain that? I don't know. I'm not an expert. But the individual putting that video out says it clearly shows that there were at least 3 different weapons fired that day. Again, I don't know, but we can't trust the FBI and the Secret Service to do an honest and open and transparent investigation. That's just a very sad fact. So we've got to rely on other sources independent to really find out what the truth of the matter was on Saturday, July 13th.
So let me go back to what happened after the shooter is dead. You just mentioned somebody goes up. So this is the guy in the suit who walks up the ladder, goes to the roof, and tells the locals, send those pictures to this cell phone. Who was that person?
Well, again, I'm not sure that was the guy. I think another county law enforcement gave the number to the other county law enforcement, the snipers, to send the text. Some guy in a suit walks up the ladder. They believe you Secret Service. I'm not sure where they gave credentials, but that's part of again, Maria, this is so preliminary. I'm issuing this. I'm providing this information, a much more detailed timeline to prompt others to come forward. We need to complete this picture. We have a lot of puzzle pieces to fill in here.
Is it odd to you that the locals were being told to send the pictures to the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, ATF? Where does ATF come in?
It's very odd. The oddity starts with the fact that local law enforcement were just tasked with securing the perimeter, told to go cover that AGR building, not really told where to set up, so they set up on the second floor. They went to that AGR building at 10:30 in the morning. So they were stationed there well in advance. They noticed this suspicious character at 5:10. They took a photo of him at 5:14. The president was shot at 6:11. So again, an hour has passed. Again, they don't communicate. They didn't have communication, same channels with their law enforcement patrol officers. They weren't in communication with the Secret Service other than going through the Butler County Communication Center. So again, it's everything you would assume about Secret Service protection of a former president was not true. It didn't happen. It's just baffling to me. It should baffle the American public. That's why we need to find the answers and find out what actually happened here.
Okay. Now, just so you understand context, Denelli and I were piecing all this information over the course of the time span between the time of the shooting and last night's. This succinctly packaged it all together under one voice. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I thought it was going to be video of the actual shooting. I thought that's what we were going to look at.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that right now. Okay.
Second of all, I heard nothing in there that makes me think anything than what I've been saying this whole time, which is that law enforcement and the Secret Service were incompetent.
I didn't say.
Hold up.
I didn't say that to the negative.
Number two, I heard no evidence in there of there being a possible second shooter.
I didn't say there was a possible second shooter. My whole point in showing you that video is that you're not up to date. You're ill-informed in your opinions as you make them.
Why? Because I didn't make the distinction between Secret Service and
no.
and,
You're just
hold up,
not.
hold up.
You're not up to date with what's going on. I didn't say about you making distinction of this or that. You're making an opinion.
Okay, George, I got it.
Okay,
Get to the
okay.
point. Get to the fucking point, George.
I already made my point. You're not up to date with what's
Why?
going on,
You can
and
say
you're
that all
making
you want.
ill-informed opinions.
Based why though? What is it that you're trying to say that I'm wrong about here?
When you're making assessments on your video, on your channel, on your live stream, and I say, well, you know what, you don't know about this, do you? Or you don't know about that?
Okay, be specific.
And you asked me to be specific, and I just showed you one of the specific piece of information you weren't informed about. It proves my point. You're an ill-informed opinionist.
Tell me what I'm getting wrong about this.
Oh my gosh. My whole point was you're an ill-informed opinionist.
I got it, George. I want
details. I'm done.
I'm done. Details.
Now you want to go into,
because you keep repeating yourself. I want you to tell me where when it comes to the Trump assassination attempt.
Now you want to change the goalpost.
What are you saying that I got wrong?
I didn't say you got anything wrong. I said you're ill-informed.
Then what the fuck am I uninformed about if I didn't get anything wrong?
Because when I said how many shooters were there on that day, and you said what? You said what? There's
one shooter.
Right. And I said there was 3 distinct guns at play on that day. And
okay.
And you said what at that point after that? Prove it to you.
So are you really saying? Are you really saying that I'm ill-informed because I didn't bring up the Secret Service, the agent that took out the shooter, and the police officer that fired off some shots? Why does that matter?
Because you keep coming at me saying, prove it. Show me the evidence. I do. And then all of a sudden you back off and you change the goalpost.
But that's not misinformation. That's just
misinformation. I said you're ill-informed opinionist. That doesn't mean you're misinformed. I said ill-informed. There's a difference. There's a difference. One is lack of information. The other one is bullshitting.
All right, George. So you want me to get on here and you want me to say the government's after Trump. There's George Soros funded attorneys.
I didn't ask you to do that at all. Why are you trying to frame that narrative over me?
Because this is what
I didn't say any of that. I never brought that up. I didn't ask you to come to any conclusions. You're doing that all on your own.
Because I've heard this shit from the right over and over and over again.
Yeah, but you haven't heard it from me.
And it's gotten old. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. There was constantly, every night on fucking Sean Hannity, this shit's brought up, and it never pans out. It's just...
Why don't you watch Fox? Okay, I get it. You are horse blinders when it comes to information. I understand. Why don't you try something like this?
Red meat.
Why don't you try watching CNN and MSNBC and Fox News and who else? There's got to be a few other. Why don't you look at the wide range of news outlets?
I do.
Okay, well, you just said Sean Hannity. I believe that's one point of view.
Yeah, I'm using him as hold up. I'm using him as an example, just as you used Alex Jones for an example.
No. I used Alex Jones as an example regarding a court case. I didn't use him as an example of my news feed.
Okay,
he is absolutely not an example of my news feed.
Okay, then who is?
did I stutter? I said, why don't you try CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and a bunch of others, so you get a wide range of understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, and guess what? CNN and MSNBC do not support this whole idea that there was mass voter fraud.
All right. Did you try Fox News? Did you try Real News Network? Did you try the other news outlets?
Yes.
No, you haven't.
Wait, are you calling me a liar?
No, I don't think you did. Why? Because if you did, then you would have a more balanced.
Hold up, George. Here's what you don't understand. I have heard all the arguments from both sides.
Okay, prove it.
How do you want me to prove it?
Hey, you asked me to prove it multiple times in our conversation.
I'm asking, how do you want me to prove it?
Well, you're better at what you have seen and heard, so prove it.
What do you want me to prove?
What you just said. Repeat your statement.
What?
Repeat your statement. I'm working it from your point of view.
All right.
Repeat your statement.
So here we go. We got an NBC. You want to see that I watch all the fucking stations? All right. Here's NBC. Here's ABC.
Okay, that's irrelevant. All you're doing is just clicking through different places.
Here's Fox.
Okay.
What do you want me to do? Put a spy camera in my house so you can watch me watch TV?
Are
you crazy?
I can do the same thing. I can just go here. Hey, I can click on CNN.
Well, CBC, then I'm asking. Hey, I'm asking how you want me to prove it. You're not telling me how you want me to prove it. How do you want me?
Okay. All right. Fine. You want to open that door? Okay, great. I want you to prove it. With a couple of what do you call it? What is it? How do you want? There's a word for it. I'm looking for that word. This is gold. All right. I want you to prove it. Well, I want you to prove that you actually are, very balanced, informed about the current state of the news.
How?
Right? By.
I didn't ask what. Asked how.
I want you to prove it. How? And this is how. You're going to be standing in a bucket of water, holding a codfish.
Okay, get to the point, George.
Okay. You just asked me how you're going to prove it. I asked you to stand in a bucket of water, holding a fish.
This is ridiculous.
Exactly. Your statement is ridiculous.
No, it's fucking not. Because
I'm asking you to prove to me that you have a balanced understanding of the world.
And I'm asking, how do you want me to prove that?
By standing in a bucket of water holding a fish.
And how does that prove anything?
Exactly. You understand the absurdity.
Hold up,
George, you understand the absurdity.
Let me explain something to you. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did. It was
okay. Let me explain something.
It was a fun time.
Okay, let me explain something to you, George.
Good time.
There is an academic standard for how you prove something. When you write a fucking essay, guess what they ask you to do? Provide sources.
Yeah, they call it citations.
Exactly. So I'm asking you, when you make these claims, to provide sources.
Citations. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shut up for a second. Let me finish. That's very easy to do.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. Let me explain to you. You go into the private chat, you post a link, and then I show the link on screen to the chat, and therefore we have your source.
Okay, I did that already, and you changed the goalpost.
No, I didn't. How?
When I said you're ill-informed about the number of shooters that day, and you said prove it, I did, and then all of a sudden you changed the goalpost.
So if I had said there was only one,
no, stop making that up. You're making shit up now. Don't do that.
So the only thing is that the choice of word that I used?
You're really good at using.
Did you really not know what I meant when I said shooter?
Did you really understand exactly how you use your words? And
Cat,
and I paid
hold up. The chat knows damn well I was talking about the assassin.
So you're asking the chat to read your mind? I don't read your mind. That's why I'm asking you a question.
You don't refer to a police officer or a Secret Service agent as the shooter.
I didn't say the shooter. You said the shooter. I'm working off of your own narratives. I'm working off of what you say. And you don't like it when I actually reflect it back and with a little more clarity. And you go like, wait a minute.
Because you're arguing irrelevant shit. You're arguing semantics. It doesn't matter.
You are the one who's bringing up these little weasel words, these bullet points.
What does that fucking mean? No, it's not. No, listen. When you make a claim about what the judge fucking
I didn't make a claim. I said a possibility. There's two possibilities.
You didn't say possibility. You did not say possibility.
Of course I did multiple times.
You said the judge had a bias.
I said there's two possibilities. One of them is the judge is a bias, and the other one is the lack of information brought before the court. I said that multiple times.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in regards to the Trump trial and the Alex Jones trial.
Okay.
You said.
Okay. Now we're focused on
you said
and I said yes. I'm looking for that information. Why can't you wait?
Well, get on with it, dude.
I am.
I ain't got all day.
Well, what are you kidding me? You're a champ at doing long streams. I can have a dinner and talk to you and watch a movie and
yes,
talk
but
to
I
you
have other shit I want to get to.
Okay, well, go get to that stuff, and then
holy shit! This stream is not even about fucking the election fraud. I want to talk about the president dropping out of the race, for God's sake.
I didn't say anything about the election fraud. All I brought up is
God in heaven. This is.
Excuse me. I'm just working off of everything that you say. I'm not here to create new stuff. You say something, I challenge you, I push back, and you don't like it.
I am asking for what every college professor in the history of academia
and you are
ask
impatient.
Their students for.
Right, and you're impatient.
And because you're being unreasonable with how fucking long it's taking.
Well, duh. You know what? If I were to come onto this stream and know ahead of time you wanted citations, I would have prepared.
You're the one that brought it up, George. I wanted to talk about the fucking president dropping out. You start making all these.
The president dropping out.
You start making all these claims about voter fraud and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, I don't give a shit.
Well, that organically came off of what you have been saying, sir. I'm not here to create new narrative. I'm here to work off of the narrative that you're working on.
I don't have a fucking narrative.
Yes, you do. You just said you want to talk about the president dropping out. That's a narrative. I'm here.
No,
okay, let's talk about the president dropping out.
That's the topic of the stream, George.
Right. Let's talk about the president dropping out. And then do you recall what happened? You said, well, it could be this person, it could be that person. And then I said, well, here's what's possible and what's not possible from my point of view. And you didn't like it. And then it rolled over into other points. Do you forget how the conversation went?
Because you went off into all these fucking tangents. We start talking about Alex Jones and George Soros, and it's like, I don't give a shit about. Listen, Alex Jones is a corrupt, evil scumbag that dragged families that lost their kids in a school shooting through the fucking mud. He deserves to lose everything he fucking owns. George Soros is some billionaire leftist that funds democratic causes, just like the Koch brothers are conservative billionaires that fund conservative causes. And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right. Okay, but you just confirmed one thing that you pushed back on. Okay, thanks. Let's talk about Biden now.
What did I confirm?
You said, it's a conspiracy theory that George Soros supported this and that. Okay, but you just said it's not. Okay, thanks. Well, that took a while to prove, to confirm. Or are you coming to out and saying, yeah, George Soros has supported all these? Okay,
He funds Democratic campaigns, just like the Koch brothers funds
right.
Republican campaigns.
Okay,
So what?
Okay, exactly. But you pushed back on it when I first brought it up, that the people that he helped fund to get into positions of authority, judges and prosecutors, were all by Mr. Soros, that are going after Trump. And that's when I said that is statistically impossible event. How is that's 100% is statistically impossible on a system of random that is so random.
So what are you implying?
All I made is a point, and you got upset.
Okay, but
you got upset about it.
What is the point? What are you saying with the point?
Because there is absolutely a biased system going after Trump.
I don't believe that.
Okay, that's fine. You don't believe it. I proved my point that there is a biased system going after Trump.
You haven't proved anything.
I just did, and you helped confirm it. But you're not paying attention.
If the system was so biased, why did the documents case just get dropped in Florida?
Because it's unconstitutional.
Then it's not fucking biased.
It was biased when it was brought before the courts.
Oh, so if Trump is found guilty, it's biased. But
you're making shit up now. You're making shit up now. Don't do that, please.
I don't see the bias.
When you say, okay,
you're saying there's a bias against Trump in the system, and I'm saying if that was the case, then the document case shouldn't. Yeah, what's up, Uncapped Turtle? The document case,
hey, Uncapped,
shouldn't have got dropped because guess what? That is the strongest case against Trump.
It got dropped. Why?
Yes, which is a good thing for Trump.
Okay, I don't care whether it's good or bad for Trump. I'm asking you, why did it get dropped? I mean, you're well informed about it.
I guess the judge didn't see enough evidence.
Oh no, there was plenty of evidence. That's why it went to trial. It went through the court system. It's going through the due process. Why did it get dropped while it's going through the due process?
Because the judge didn't see enough evidence for the trial to continue.
No. See, it's not that judge that made the judgment. It's the court above the judge that made the judgment.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, the judge did not throw out the case. What happened is the system of the judicial system that's above the judge made.
Can you hear me, guys?
The case. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Actually,
yeah.
Wait. You're too close to the mic.
Hold on.
You're too close to the mic. You're vibrating. Yeah.
How about this? Is this way back? Is this better?
No,
that's good.
I'm adjusting my volume. Hold on. I can see it.
Yes.
George, you do realize that the judge in the Trump document case down in Florida was a Trump appointed judge, right?
Yeah, and they have a bias as well. What's your point?
Okay.
I made my
You know,
point.
hold on. I wanted to help.
Are you going to stand in a bucket of water? Were you?
No,
were you listening up to this point?
Yeah, I've been listening for a few minutes. I just wanted to help.
Minutes? Oh,
so the ruling. No, hold on. I heard you guys. The ruling in Florida has to do with the appointment of a special prosecutor, which Edwin Meese and several other people brought up last year with the courts, that the way Jack Smith was appointed bypassed the constitutional requirement for the Senate to approve him. It could have been easily rectified by just by having Merrick Garland go, okay, he works for the office, the state attorney or the federal attorney, attorney's office, and we're all done now. Everything's back on board. But him and Merrick Garland are having a little pissing match with the judge about the fact that officers of the United States that have the authority to spend money have to be approved by the Senate. And the problem is they're trying to rely on a law that expired in 2001, I think, which is what Ken Starr was appointed under. It has nothing to do with merits of the case or anything like that. I'm sure that it didn't help that a few weeks prior to that, he had to file with the court that, yeah, we faked the pictures of the classified documents. Those were just cover pages that we brought with us.
Cool.
So that probably helped her make her decision that, I'm just going to go ahead and agree with this friend of the court briefing that was filed last year that says Jack Smith doesn't have the authority to operate as a officer of the United States because he didn't go through Senate approval.
Okay, so if what George was saying is true, is that there is a bias against Trump in the system, don't you think they would have found a way to go after him anyways?
Would you consider Judge Chutkan, who has openly stated that she's against him and that people that support him should be canceled, etc. That I think would be enough to get people to recuse themselves. The judge in the New York case with the 34 felonies, where he literally told the jury they did not have to agree on the underlying misdemeanor, which violates a ton of due process rights. And it's like law 101 in the US. A jury has to be unanimous on all charges.
Bingo.
Which is why that's going to get overturned. His daughter has raised over $900 million for the DNC using the fact that she's the daughter of the judge that's going to, put Trump away. You don't think that would seem like in any other case that judge should maybe recuse himself just so that there isn't the appearance of bias? I mean, I think the general public would say if your daughter is actively putting out emails and raising hundreds of millions of dollars because of this case, I think, and using your name and her name to do that, I think that gives the appearance that there might be bias.
Okay. My question, James, is were you aware of what the gentleman just said?
So here's the thing.
No, the question is, were you aware?
I'm going to answer it, George. Shut the fuck up for a second.
It's a yes or no.
I was aware of some of it. That's why it's not just a yes or no, George, because...
Okay, the answer is yes, you were aware, but your own
of
bias
some of it.
Yes,
some of it.
Right. But your internal bias was forming your narrative. That's fine. No problem.
You can't say that. You don't
just
know
said
that.
it. You just said it.
No. Hold up. I'm going to explain this to you. Here's the thing. If we go based on that standard, we're going down a rabbit hole that we don't want to go down because
this is where you're leading us.
Hold up. Let me talk. Let me fucking talk, George.
You're the host.
Let me fucking talk. Yes. All right. Every single person in this country, every single judge, every single lawyer, everybody has their own political opinion and political bias.
Bingo.
Now hold up a second. Hold up.
Is there a difference between holding an opinion and that is your profession?
It's difficult to separate your political persuasion.
If your job. No. It's not it's your little day job to persuade donors to vote a certain way. That's your career.
That's the judge's daughter, not the judge himself.
Yeah, but the gentleman just presented. Hey, who's the fourth person?
That would be me.
Oh, Danelli. All right, Denelli, James. I believe this is the first time my co-host on the Joking Adventure Hour came in here, but please continue the conversation, and then Denelli will jump in and talk about election fraud and voter fraud,
Okay.
and the distinctions.
So here's what I'm saying is that if we're going to start recusing judges because of political,
Yeah, you're coming in good, Denali. Just hold on a minute. There's a conversation happening right now on something else.
So here's the thing: if we start recusing judges because of their political opinions, that means we'd have to recuse every single judge in the United States because every single person has a political opinion. Now, if we start,
no, I don't think. Hold on. If you
let me finish.
Is every single case involving? Is every single case in the United States involving?
Finish.
Hold it. What's the gentleman's name again? Not Denali, the other guy.
Oh, Uncapped Turtle.
What's that again?
You know me, George.
Just let me humor me. Give me your name again, so that way because I got a lot of stuff in my head right now.
Let me
Uncapped Turtle. Look at the private chat.
Okay, great. No, I can't. I don't see any credits because James decided to turn that feature off.
All right, let me fucking finish.
Yeah.
So, if we start recusing people because of the political ties of their family members, well, now we're talking about I don't know how many people that are involved in the justice system.
No, hold on. Because I want to clarify. You're trying to say that every case would be impacted by this. We're talking about a singular. We're talking about a singular case involving a former president and current presidential contender whose daughter is explicitly using the father's name in campaign fundraising for an opponent.
The father, the judge, cannot control what his daughter does.
Absolutely can.
He literally can. In the state of New York, he can issue directly from the bench. You're not allowed to do this.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to use my name for that.
Yeah, just like he did.
Instead, he goes and attends fundraising dinners with her.
Yeah. No, what Uncapped Turtle said is absolutely correct because the judge easily said put a gag order on Trump, but he doesn't put a gag order on his daughter.
Yes, in fact, the gag order was you can't mention what my daughter does for a living. That was a major part of it, which is still in place, by the way. The gag order that was supposed to keep the jury from being tampered with is still in place a month and a half after the jury verdict.
Yeah. So, I mean, that.
Now, when you say the gag order, is that to keep the jury from speaking out publicly?
No, that's Trump.
No, he gagged Trump from mentioning this relationship and any of Trump's Trump mentioning instructing anybody in his campaign to mention it, so that the jury would be protected from Trump trying to change their view of what's going on. So we have to keep this out of the press.
Well, he hasn't gone up for sentencing yet, correct?
It doesn't matter. The purpose that he stated that he was restricting the First Amendment, which in an unprecedented way, I would highly recommend you read Joe Newman's brief where he's fighting this as a member of the press, was that this will prevent the jury from being tampered with. The jury has been dismissed.
Yeah, it's over. Why can't he talk now?
Why is the gag order still in place?
All right. Clarify something for me. In the state of New York, who actually makes a decision on sentencing? Is it a jury or is it the judge?
A judge, as it is in most states.
Okay, then there shouldn't be a gag order. I agree. Okay, now you're slowly becoming an ill-informed opinionist, which was my original point when I jumped in to the stream. But Denelli, can you please tell us about the difference between voter fraud and election fraud, and about all these court cases that were thrown out and the reason why, please?
All right. So voter fraud is perpetrated by the voter, meaning they're the one who did something illegal, like voting more than once. That's why those cases, people say, "Oh, there was no widespread voter fraud," but there was only a couple cases where people got convicted and sentenced for voting more than once, voting when they weren't supposed to be voting, like they were not eligible to vote, voting in multiple in different states, and voting under a name of another person. That's what voter fraud is in a nutshell. Election fraud is a whole host of things. That is manipulation of the votes. That's manipulation of the ballot machine. That is destroying the ballots, shredding the ballots. Dis- um, that is no custody, no supervision of the ballots or chain of custody. That is voter intimidation. That is keeping poll watchers out. That is suppression of the votes. That is um, multiple other things that can come up to mind, and I haven't really thought it about that. Um, that's ballot stuffing. When you're stuffing the ballots, that is also election uh, fraud. Why is it not voter fraud? If it's the voter doing it, that becomes voter. But a lot of these ballot stuffings are from NGO organizations that go under the Democratic or Republican um, organization, and they pay them to bring up those ballot and stuff those ballots. So that's that's the two different ways of doing delineating voter and election fraud. The reason
Okay.
why the reason
Wait,
Hold on.
He's not finished. That's the first half. The second half, the reason.
okay, the reason why 90 those 90 cases were dismissed is because the court found that all of those did not have standing, meaning the person was not the court did not find that the
Well,
Hold on.
plaintiffs,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
yeah, they didn't
yeah,
find that
but
the plaintiff,
that's not true. It
Hold
wasn't
on a
all
second.
of those. It wasn't all of those. It was about 60% of them.
All right. Let the
well,
man
he's
finish.
saying
One at a time.
he's talking about the 90 cases that got thrown out. And the majority of those 90 cases was that the plaintiff did not have either, if they actually took up the lawsuit, didn't have sufficient evidence to prove that it's election fraud, or meaning that they didn't review the evidence, or the evidence did not wasn't suffice to say, hey, this was election fraud, or two, the plaintiffs did not have standing because of procedural reason, meaning that it was too early for the courts to review it, or it was too late for the court to review it, and they knocked it back down to say, "Hey, this is actually a administrative issue that you should be resolving in your state congress." That's why those lawsuits were thrown out. They basically didn't review any evidence because they were saying it was an administrative issue, and they kicked it back to the state congress to deal with it.
All right. Turtle.
Okay. Turtle.
Yes, sir.
What were you going to say?
Yes. Oh, I was just trying to point out that the dates were a little, or the number was a little wrong there. I would also like to point out that there's numerous people who have pointed out the courts will never be able to overturn a election in the U.S. because just simply the federal rules for the amount of time that you have to allow the courts to create their documentation and hold their hearings, and the amount of time it takes just to write your initial brief, you would never be able to have a hearing before the deadline required for the case to be heard.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you run in so that comes back to, I'll give you an example. Al Franken. Remember Al Franken was in the Senate, right?
All right.
Right.
courts determined that Al Franken that he was improperly elected, and that the number of votes that he improperly received was far more than the number of votes necessary to overturn the election. However, and I apologize if you hear my little dog whining in the background.
Right.
Because it took so long for it to go through the courts, the decision was, well, yeah, he lost. However, he's already in the Senate, and there's not much we can do.
As a
So,
judicial power, the check of
right,
it would say the court's responsibility at that time would say it would be the officer of the legislative powers, meaning your state Congress, to rectify that. That means that, remember, the state house or your state Congress has the power to eject a person that's not dutifully elected to that seat.
Right.
So,
They can't do it at a federal level. They can absolutely do it at a state level, and
correct.
if they do it through enough states, then it will have an effect on a federal level.
Correct. So basically, if
which is,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's why Texas and what is it, 24 other states sued and saying that their rights as a state were being violated by others. For
Correct.
example, Pennsylvania changed, not following their constitution, which later in 21 was ruled that they violated the state constitution
Right.
and counted votes that should not have been counted, making their election in the 2020 presidential race invalid.
Right.
That's what the courts did end up. Courts are just too slow,
No,
but that's what
the court,
Texas, etc.
yeah,
Texas,
through-
etc. And 24 states joined Texas in suing them. The other states joined with Pennsylvania.
right.
The judiciary, and just to be blunt, the judiciary doesn't have the balls to do it.
Okay.
No, because
So
because it's
hold
a
up,
check.
hold up. I need to chime in here because I've got some super chats I need to read.
All right.
All right. $2 from Red. Hashtag kick George. Just kidding. This time I'll pass. So
Thanks, Red. You're a champ, man. Whew.
yes, so you get the save on that one. $1.99 from Summer Swan 2. For Jesker having to go through this. I appreciate it. All right, so
Okay,
let me try.
the collection of states that come together to make an agreement, is that called a quorum?
Yes.
I thought it was called a constitutional convention. Well,
No.
It depends. It's a quorum, but you need a quorum of 38 states because we have 50 states. A quorum would be in 38 states.
right.
Anybody could have a constitutional convention, but you won't have a quorum if you don't have the 38 states at the convention. Now, this is where we're going back. This is a check and balance issue. Again, like we explained just right now, and which I agreed with Turtle, was they dismissed that because they said Texas doesn't have a standing on this, even though there was all these other 24 states agreeing with it, and there was another 25 states that was disagreeing with it because it was not a judicial issue; it was a Congress issue again, meaning it was a Congress that needed to decide, no, we do not accept this, and actually review this. Meaning, and what it is at is going back to either go with alternate electors before January 6th, which they successfully stopped because people were too dumb and too emotional and went in there when you shouldn't have done that, and um and then they carried the narrative over there. The people should have gone back to their state Congress and called their Congress people, both state and federal, and say, no, you need to go back. You need to do you need to go back to the electors, and you need to be recertify this. This has happened back. This was the Thomas Jefferson situation of 1803. I want to say where Jefferson won. And gone through that. Why do we know this was available because that loophole that they didn't say wasn't there was filled up after Joe Biden was elected. It was one of the first new laws that they passed to make sure that didn't occur. Now um, then you would have had either if the Congress wasn't able to do that, the next step would have been a vote. Every state would have a vote. One vote, one state. That means that if the majority of the state voted for Donald Trump would have won. So they had two other options. It was always administrative. It was not judicial. That was the check and balance in there. The problem is that the narrative and the media pushed that this was a judicial, and when they saw that the judicial wasn't going to do anything, they demotivated the people um, purposefully. Instead of saying, no, this is a judicial. One of the things that the court should have done, the Supreme Court should have done, is say, this does not have standing. This is an administrative issue. Your state, your Congress has to deal with this. Had they put that in the judgment when they dismissed the case at the Supreme Court level, then people would say, oh, that's right. We need to go administrative because it's an administrative issue.
Okay, so let me chime in on this. Here's the thing. I don't deny that there's never been election fraud. Obviously, there has been. Obviously, there's been some issues with our election system. You can go all the way back to, fucking Bush v. Gore, for God's sakes.
I could go further, Tammany Lee Hall, which happened to be in New York.
But yeah, obviously there's issues. Now, my whole point is that I'm not denying there weren't some issues in 2020, but I don't see it as being widespread enough to where it would have changed the outcome.
Oh, okay, cool. Denali, please talk. Can you talk on this?
You have four swing states, which was Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and I believe it was Georgia. And what they all had in common, they had a city, predominantly blue, that could swing the state one way or the other one. As you're correct, it wasn't widespread. It was localized. They knew which city and which precinct they had to target to flip that whole state blue. Like Illinois. Illinois is 99% red. The only part blue is Chicago. Guess what? The majority of Chicago is you control Chicago, you control the state. It's a one city, one state situation. Same thing with Pennsylvania, same thing with Georgia, same thing with Arizona, and same thing with Nevada. They're all single states, single city situation. Now, there's a lot of irregularities, and we found out through our documenting this as we through the news, there was ballots being destroyed in mail-in ballots that exceeded it, that had the same address, same security information from the same building with different names coming in. Poll watchers not being allowed to examine and point out irregularities. Dominion machines connected to the internet. These are all issues that were documented in every single 50 states. Not just that. The problem is it's that even when you're testifying it, they were only looking at those swing states, and they weren't looking at every other state because every other state had, had the requisite situation. But here's a key question of the election fraud that people don't talk about or people has forgotten. How can you vote down ballot one party, but for the president, you vote the opposite?
People do have split tickets.
Yes, but when you do split tickets, you're normally choosing which best candidate. So you're saying to me, oh, I'll go all Republican down ballot except for the president.
Yeah, that's happened before.
For over 100,000 votes in every single part of the states that looks exactly the same.
That's statistically impossible.
You know, you would have some variation. You wouldn't just go down ballots just like one or empty. There's been many ballots where they just voted for the president and everything is empty. It just doesn't statistically make sense.
Are you saying that like the ballots were like they would vote for Republican down ballot
Yeah,
and vote for Biden, and like it was okay, like
yeah,
Yeah, there was a lot of that. The more than that, there was hundreds of thousands of
Yeah.
people who took the time to go vote and voted only for the presidential race and left the entire rest of the ballot blank.
well, that happens sometimes too.
Yeah, but on a mass
Not
scale,
not to the
statistically
point that it's
impossible.
5 to 6% of the vote.
Yeah.
that's the point. That's where we're saying it's statistically impossible.
I mean, if you're there, aren't you just going to go ahead and fill out the rest of the ballot?
Yeah.
I mean, not
Even-
necessarily, because you've got to remember. I mean, this is 2020. A lot of people had soured on Trump by that time. Like it does not surprise me that there would be some, Republicans that would have voted for their senator, their congressman, Republican senator, Republican congressman, but did not vote for Trump. I mean that.
Right,
I mean,
right. But going with that logic, you think they would actually? I'm so angry that I'll vote all Republican, and
This
vote,
is some recent polling, by the way.
vote for the opposite team. I would think it would be more likely I vote down ballot, but leave the vote empty without choosing either president.
Hold on. It was unprecedented. It's never happened. That percentage of people who only filled out one elective position and left the rest of the ballot blank is unheard of. The other thing is, don't let's not forget that we literally said, hey, we're not going to check people's IDs. You have people, for example, in Wisconsin, where I've got family that lives there, and I've seen the hearings on this. There is a woman who has been in a vegetative state since 1996.
Yeah.
Hold on. In a nursing home. She has been in a vegetative state since 1996. She's been kept alive. Her son has her proof that she voted in Milwaukee.
Yep.
What's amazing is that 100% of the patients in the facility that she's in voted by mail.
Yep.
Now, how is she? I mean, Jesker, you're a smart guy. You and I have had good conversations. You cannot tell me that example that is not some nurse went and got all the mail and took all the mail-in ballots, filled them out, and mailed them in.
No, yeah, you're probably right, but that's a very specific case.
Milwaukee is a very important case. In Milwaukee, there is 103 people who voted in the city of Milwaukee. There is 103 people who voted from a one-bedroom apartment.
Wait a minute, say that again?
Yeah.
There are 103 people who voted that live in a one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
Because they didn't verify anything. Milwaukee is where they had a quote-unquote voter registration drive in a park where they literally were caught filling out the ballots for people and having them sign a signature to it and then treating those as if they were mail-in ballots. And a court ruled that was illegal, what they did, but they counted all those.
Yeah.
There was thousands in that city, and a court has ruled it again, not before December 15th, 2020. It takes some time for people to find this stuff out. I'm just going to be honest with you. I find it's a there are four lights situation. I realize a lot of people voted against Trump because of the media press, and I'm not here to defend or detract from him. You cannot tell me that more people voted for Joe Biden in 2020 than voted for Barack Obama in 2012.
Oh yeah,
There just
do you
wasn't
have that graphic.
There was.
I'll look for
I
it.
don't, but
Okay.
but I'm just gonna. This is some recent polling in the state in the four swings.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck just happened.
It's CrowdStrike, I tell you, CrowdStrike.
I can.
Oh,
Oh,
strange.
would you guys
Oh.
like to Would you guys like to discuss CrowdStrike?
Yeah,
I can take you down a rabbit hole on
hold on,
CrowdStrike.
one topic at a time, please.
Wait.
One topic at a
I
time.
wanted to add to Turtle's evidence for James. In Ohio, can you explain how you got 120% voter turnout in almost 3 counties? 127%.
Yeah.
The same
So
thing.
we all got disconnected. I just want to go over this real quick so I can pull it down.
Sure.
So this is about a week old, and this is coming from Rasmussen. So a lot of people say, well, it's biased then, but every major media organization includes them in their stuff. They are a multi-million-dollar polling firm that does a lot more than political polls. So their polls are valuable. They use good methodology that's peer reviewed. 21% of mail-in voters admitted that they voted in a state that they are no longer a permanent resident, that they were no longer a permanent resident in. Okay, so the question, 21% admitted that they filled out a ballot for a friend or family member. Famous example, Sunny Hoskin on The View openly admitted that she filled out her son's ballot for him. And nobody thought that was a big deal. Nobody thought that was a big deal. 17% of mail-in voters said they signed a ballot for a friend or family member with or without his or her permission. So again, that type of example, the Sunny Hoskin example. 19% of mail-in voters said a friend or family member filled out their ballot in part or in full on their behalf. Tim Pool's has guys that he's interviewed that say, oh, it doesn't matter, Biden won, so it was fair and square. And then when he talks about, well, who'd you vote for? I told my mom to fill out my ballot. I didn't know who to vote for the rest of the stuff. Yep. So there's plenty of examples.
In that case, hold on. He's kind of he's relinquished his vote to his mother.
No, you're not. That's illegal. That's a crime. That's voter fraud.
Well, that's on. Hold on. That's on him then.
It doesn't matter. It's an illegal ballot. It should not have been accepted.
But how do you verify that?
Hold on. The margin of how do you do that? By actually forcing people to show an ID, something that for some reason the people on the left scream black people don't know how to do, as if black people don't buy cars, have library cards, buy gas, buy cigarettes, buy Zen, buy alcohol.
So here's the thing.
Have credit cards.
If we're talking about that we need election reform, I get that. I understand that. There's obviously issues there. However,
well, hold on. Let me finish this one last point, and then we'll go back to it. 8% of the voters said a friend, family member, or organization, such as a political party, offered to pay or reward them for voting. Okay, that's all. Here's the thing: there was a 2% margin, less than 2%. These are people that are willing to admit their votes were invalid. I know me and you went around about Crowder, but Crowder sent people to 100 random addresses that did mail-in votes. They literally picked them out of a hat in 4 states.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well over 75% of the addresses were places that did not exist.
Yep.
Look at the number of thousands and thousands of votes from people that were born on January 1st, 1900. There's not that many people that are that age in the U.S. They waited. All 4 swing states, for some reason, had to stop counting at the exact same time, and then they magically got just enough votes to get Biden across the line.
Yep.
Meanwhile, votes are counted at the precinct level. There's a reason that even when we didn't have computers, we knew who won the presidency on election day. It's because it doesn't matter how many people are voting. Votes are counted at the precinct level. Only so many people live in a precinct. The precincts then can go up to the district and report what they want, what their counts were. If you've roughly the same number of people are required to vote if you've got 300 million people voting or you've got 1 million people voting. Okay, because it's broken down into smaller and smaller groups, and that workload is shared. The fact of the matter, we're using a voting software that I think you know a little bit about databases and stuff, right, Jesker? Okay. If you were to write voting software, what type of column would you use in your database for the vote count? An unsigned integer, right?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, at its heart, would you ever need to count half a vote?
No.
Dominion software in 2008 was exposed at DEF CON that it uses decimal 10-2.
Yep.
For counting votes.
Yeah, half a person. A third of a person voted.
Right.
It's impossible.
The guy that wrote this, before Trump was president, part of the documentary that they put out trying to push Stacey Abrams getting ripped off by the voting machines, the man that wrote the code for Dominion literally said, I was paid to write the code to swap the votes to keep it 49-51. Under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the Ohio the Ohio State Legislature. And he had the evidence to prove it. He said you can do it with any machine. I'm not saying my issue is, let me ask you this. Let's say I'm not going to get into whether Trump is a good person, bad person, whatever. I don't want to get into that part of that argument. But if the media told you that candidate X was literally Hitler for 4 years, would you risk doing anything to prevent candidate Hitler from being in power? What if that anything was as simple as, hey, I'm supposed to go deliver 100 of these ballots to this location. I'll just grab an extra pack.
That reminds me of that postal worker who was trafficking the pallets of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania at 4:30 in the morning. And here's another question. Statistically, how can you have a right angle increase in voting? Even if you account saying these are ballots and these are legal ballots, how do you go straight up, from a deficit like that? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's an impossible vector.
Yeah.
It's an impossible vector. That means, what was it? The voting machines are only capable of counting X number of ballots per minute, and the number of ballots that each machine ends up calculating exceeded its potential by a factor of, I think it was like 150%. Or no, not 150%, 1,500%.
Yeah. And it had to be a weird formula to do that. To get exactly how it is, it was abnormal as hell. There was no way, statistically, organically, that could happen without intervention.
Well, Straight Beam brings up a good point. The right angle is due to no data being entered until it was all at once.
Right. Now, we looked at in Atlanta, Georgia, around that time when they said they were sprung a leak, and there was that famous video where they brought in ballots underneath a table and started doing it over and over and over again. So, yes, you're correct. The right angle is due to no data being entered until it was all at once. And it happened to be at 4 o'clock in the morning in 4 different states.
And the information coming in all at once is, again, impossible to calculate in one sitting.
Yeah. So if it was one state, okay, nothing is impossible, right? But 4 states at 4 o'clock happening at the same time, all at once.
That's statistically impossible.
Yeah.
So I believe the Dominion systems at DEF CON, the previous record was like it took up to 12 minutes to hack them.
So if all this is true, who's responsible?
Let me ask you this:
the winner, of course.
Right. No, right. I mean, let me ask you this: I don't want to say that we have the evidence. I want to say that the system is designed explicitly so it cannot be audited.
He said only 4 states. Yeah, the 4 states which were the last one, which was Georgia, Pennsylvania.
And if you were to point that out from 1990 to 2020, you were safe. But post November 2020 till just recently, pointing out flaws in the election system was enough to have you removed from every social media platform, silenced, excommunicated from mankind, if you didn't say that the 2020 election was the most safe and secure election in history.
Yeah.
But again, I'm asking.
Wait, hold on, Jesker. I posted in the private chat a second link. And that speaks directly to what we're talking about right now. Could you play that link, please?
Let's see.
I don't see anything from you in the private chat.
Well, that's because you came in after.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It doesn't remember history.
Yeah, so Straight Bean saying only 4 states. Yeah, those were the last 4 swing states that was happening when everybody went to bed at 1 or 2 in the morning and not stay up. Those 4 states, Georgia had a spring leak. Power went out in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Nevada was having some technical issue. Arizona was having weird of this. But all this happened at 4 a.m. At the same time.
Remember, early voting in Arizona started on Friday.
But again, guys, y'all are bringing all this up, but you're not explaining who did it.
The winner.
I don't have to know who did it. Yeah. Hold on. Let's play a game.
Had to be. Hold on. Somebody. Let's play.
Let's play. If this is all true, somebody had to be responsible. Let's play a game of Clue. Let's play a game of Clue. Before we figure out if it was Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick,
sure,
we have to know there was a dead body. Step 1 is, do we acknowledge there was a problem? Do we acknowledge that there was fraud?
Yes.
I acknowledge that there was...
It's a yes or no question, man.
There was issues, but I still do not believe that it was widespread enough. As I believe there's issues in every election, but I do not believe it was widespread enough to change the outcome.
Okay. That's not the question. That's not the question.
It's not the question. And okay, so that's our new is that our new standard, that as long as it's not widespread enough, then the election was safe and secure, safe and secure in history.
At that point, you're asking for a perfect system, and that doesn't exist.
No. I'm not asking for that.
Yeah, you're
I'm asking.
Right.
I mean, keep in mind, people's careers have been ended for pointing out the flaws with the election system. So you're saying it wasn't widespread enough. We're pointing out 4 specific states where if I target my efforts, I really can focus on 4 major urban centers. And those 4 urban centers, if I can get the right people in place willing to bend the rules the right way, like for example, accepting ballots 4 hours after the cutoff. Remember, some states wanted to continue collecting mail-in ballots for 4 additional days. Then I can maybe get my candidate elected by 1.3% of the vote.
Do you know the level of organization that it would take in order to pull that off?
For city, that's what I'm pointing out to you.
No, I'm talking about across these 4 states.
Yes.
For them all to do the level of coordination for them all to do the same thing.
You mean the people that are involved in having a convention together that are going to be meeting in another week? Yeah. That's literally their day job. To help promote the Democrat national convention.
And you're saying they all got together and coordinated this effort?
Yes.
I'm telling you, it doesn't take thousands. It doesn't take thousands. It takes 4 or 5 people.
And those 4 or 5 people are
no way.
Also,
it's literally 4 or 5 people.
Wait. Pause for a moment.
Here's a good example. Right. Suppose you're driving, and you're in traffic, right? And you wanted to stop traffic. What do? You put people in specific areas where it'll block the traffic. And have we seen that before? The activists, they put themselves forward and they block the traffic. And this is just a small level of organization. Small. You don't think a small organization at precise levels where it's controlled by the same party, which all of these were Democrat, Maricopa, Las Vegas, Pennsylvania, Atlanta, they're all blue control cities. You don't think you have your people in place? You don't think you've been doing this for a while to make sure, you have 4 years to plan and get the money and make sure you got your people in place that could happen. You have control of the media because of Mockingbird. There's this 1975 committee, Mockingbird Project. It's controlled by the government, and you don't think that a little coordination between government officials that wants their candidate to win wouldn't be able to coordinate that.
Okay, can you play the Kamala Harris video, please?
Yeah. Let me read a couple of chats first. So Stray Bean says, it's weird how none of this damning information was used by Fox News lawyers when they lost a $1 billion lawsuit. It kind of feels like $1 billion was on the line. They would mention it. Yeah, why didn't they use any of this evidence
gag orders? Gag orders, procedural checks and balances.
It's almost like Fox had a complete management change that decided it would also be a good idea to fire the number one name in cable news that had the most advertising dollars rolling through, for suggesting there might be problems with Dominion. It's almost as if Fox News would have spent the same amount of money in legal fees going through the court case as they did settling, and then they turned around and fired the number one cable news, cable, talking head, and lost another $1 billion in advertising fees. And who is it that those two that took over when Rupert Murdoch handed it? Oh, it's his sons who often go to events with Alex Soros.
Alex Soros.
Yeah.
Yes.
Son of
Soros
George
kid.
Soros.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who George Soros has recently turned over the reins of his companies to.
Yeah.
So,
Why does everybody think George Soros is this evil mastermind?
because he's
Because George Soros explicitly said, I'm going to spend billions of dollars to change the government to be the way that I want them to be.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, we can just go to his own words. Like you brought up the Koch brothers.
Yeah,
you brought up the Koch
on the
brothers.
right. On the
For
right, that
every
want to do the
dollar,
same thing.
Wait.
for every hold on, let me finish. For every dollar the Koch brothers have donated, which by the way, most of it was to infighting for more libertarian stuff inside the Republican Party during primaries. But for every dollar they have used in political donations and lobbying, George Soros has spent $612.
Let's see.
So he's got a bigger pocketbook. What's your point?
So
it's not that he has a bigger pocketbook. Look up what George Soros's businesses have been. What he wrote invoices for. Look at what his brother did. His brother had made more money than he did. His brother actually built things. He built ships and docks. George Soros, on the other hand, has been building NGOs that take government funds and turn around and make profit and then redonate to things that also receive government funding that then donate to his NGOs so that he can control who is being elected on one side of the aisle. George Soros explicitly did a multi-billion-dollar push over the course of 10 years to get, for example, he realized he could have a lot more control by getting DAs hired or elected versus going after things like governors and stuff. He's openly said he's done this stuff. If anybody says George Soros donated a lot of money to get this DA elected, they get called an anti-Semite who only hates him because he's a Jew or whatever. Literally, Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House, was kicked off of CNN for saying that George Soros donated to an Attorney General's campaign.
Yep.
We don't allow that on this network. We don't allow that kind of hatred and racism on our network.
Even though George Soros has interest in security, and guess what they're pushing for? All these DAs and officials, defund the police. Well, where are you going to get the security? Well, look, George Soros has these private security firms that you can pay him to make more money. Now,
no, hold on a second. Can you play the video, please?
Well, one more thing about Fox News. Did everybody forget that Fox News was the first news on 2020 election night to call Arizona for Biden at 0%?
Yep, less than 1% of the vote.
Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up. Oh my god, that was fucked up. I remember Denelli and I think we were like talking to each other on a phone when that was.
Yeah, but again, that was just incompetence.
No.
There's
a difference between incompetence and purposely lying.
Yeah, they knew who won. They call Arizona for Biden at 0% vote coming in, and the guy even looked confused about it. But that was head by their manager, who told them behind productions to call it for Arizona.
Wait a minute. Who was managing Fox back then? Was it Rupert Murdoch?
No, Rupert Murdoch was out of it. What was his name? I gotta find the name.
Okay, while you're finding it, play this video.
All right.
We recently I actually held a demonstration for my colleagues here at the Capitol. where we brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines. We recently I actually held a demonstration.
Yeah, there was a demonstration of how to hack the machine.
Yeah, the Dominion machines, the voting machines. There it is.
But they weren't saying, like, she's not saying that the machines were hacked.
Excuse me.
During the
hold on a second.
George,
You're under
I'm gonna finish my
premise.
fucking sentence. I'm gonna finish my sentence, and then you can counteract it.
Okay.
All right. So she is not saying that during the 2020 election the machines were hacked. What she is saying is that there was a demonstration to show that they could be hacked. Not that they were hacked during the election, but that somebody demonstrated before Congress how it could happen.
Right. Okay. Now, between 2016 and 2020, the Democrats said the election was rigged. No one did shit about it. 2020 to 2024.
I agree with you. I agree. That was dumb. That was dumb.
Hold on, 2020 to 24, the Republicans are saying the election is rigged, and they all get canceled. So
I agree.
Okay,
there's a double standard.
Yes,
I get that.
Yes, there is. There you go.
I get that.
A lot of the bullet points I was talking about before Turtle and Denali came on are being confirmed while you were challenging me.
Here's what I'm saying, George. Here's what I'm saying. Yes, the Democrats, after the 2016 election, were trying to say there was Russian interference in the election. And that was fucking stupid when they said it. It wasn't true. There was no evidence for it.
Wait a minute. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Hold on. The Republicans.
Alex Jones said that as well.
The Republicans are saying that the Dominion machines were hacked and there was election interference. I get it. But these parties have been saying this stuff for every single election going back to Bush v. Gore.
I totally.
It doesn't mean that it's true.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Did you miss the part where Turtle and Denali said, "Hey, I'm just giving you an example. Hey, wait a minute. The machines can only count so many votes in a certain period of time." And the machines have exceeded the voting potential counting by 1,500%. How's that possible? Or hey, there's a certain number of people in this particular district that can vote on this election. How is it that there's 100 plus turnout?
I'd have to.
Hey, how is fractional voting a possibility? It's impossible.
I'd have to look it up, George.
You don't have to. It's common sense.
I'm not just gonna take your word for it. I have to look it up.
Okay, so you don't believe me, but you listen to Turtle and Denali, and you go, okay, yeah.
I don't believe everything that they're saying either.
Okay, what don't you believe?
Can I get you to accept one thing? Because I am not trying to convince you that we have evidence.
All right.
I'm trying to convince you that, number one, the system is designed so you can never have the evidence. Okay, but number two, would you, with all of these questions, not find it laughable to call it the most secure election in history?
I agree.
Okay.
Just
keep in mind, if the YouTube bot looks at the text of the transcript of what we're talking about, this will get flagged with a thing saying the 2020 election was the safest and most secure in history.
Let me let me state my stance on all this.
Okay.
I don't think I agree that there was probably issues in 2020, as there is issues in every single election. I don't think that it was widespread enough to change the final result. That being said, our election system is extremely outdated. It has some serious issues, some serious gaps, and it does need to be reformed.
What do you mean it's outdated? That's bullshit.
Let me ask you.
Why? Wait, give me.
How did El Salvador count? How did El Salvador count as many votes as the state of California is going to get in less than 1 day using paper ballots and hand counting?
I was just about to say that.
Look, I agree that our system has it's got serious issues. I mean, if you look, I mean, for example, look over in France, for example, they got a whole entire election organized in just a couple of weeks. We couldn't do that here.
That's called a snap election, and
It's called snap election. They already have stuff, and that's already how their government works. Yes. I agree with you that they couldn't, but this is all I'm trying to get you to admit or to agree with me on. There are questions that have led to people realizing that our elections cannot be audited. They literally can't.
I am not judging any. Listen, I'm not judging anyone for having questions or for challenging the election. In the beginning, obviously Donald Trump had that right. All right, every candidate has the right to challenge an election, but at a certain point, you have to say it's done, it's over,
and
you have
Would that point be after the election is done being certified and all the court challenges are done, and then you leave peacefully on the 21st of January?
Yes, except that we had a huge riot on January 6th, and
had a huge riot.
My God, are you kidding me?
We had a huge riot in one corner of the Congress where police were literally waving people in. And in fact, there have been. In fact, now that we're getting and the vast majority of the violence happens in one staircase where one officer threw a man 4 stories down and people thought he'd been killed.
And in the same part where the only person who actually got killed was a woman,
and
who was trying to stop people from
the candidate we're talking about is still claiming the election was stolen. Even after all of this, 4 years later.
So is Hillary
Clinton. Enough about Stacey Abrams. What about the riot on May?
Hold up. Did I defend either of them? No.
But we're getting your point. Both
of those candidates are still saying that their elections were stolen.
Yeah, and they're both fucking stupid. Hillary is a bitter old bitch. And Stacey Abrams.
Really, I think Stacey Abrams might have a point, and that's part of the reason Brian Kemp doesn't want his elections audited in the state of Georgia.
Really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't it interesting that they changed the election laws in Georgia, and they made a big deal out of it as well? Look at all these election reform laws that they passed back in 2022.
Yep.
Wasn't that what we won? Election reform?
I want election reform. Not you're allowed to delete the stuff that we would use to make an audit even faster than before.
Exactly.
That's not election reform. We're going to make it harder for you to challenge an election because there was a riot. Now the weird thing about the riot is a lot of people have been arrested for violating the Capitol grounds, which is really odd because they had a literal permit to hold a rally on the permit grounds that started about 2 hours after the riot did. But for some reason at 7:45 a.m., somebody that's never been charged with a crime that we have video of walks the perimeter and removes all the fencing that says that these grounds are off limits, that close to trespassers. And people are told that there's going to be another rally. They have a stage, they have a permit. The police are there because there's going to be more speakers, so people head that direction. The crowds are funneled onto the Capitol grounds instead of the place right across the street where the permitted stage was set up. I mean, it's literally the difference of 16 feet. And then the police begin chucking. Once the crowd's there, they're singing the national anthem calmly, and the police begin chucking rubber bullets and flashbang grenades into the crowd. That, of
And-
course, causes a bit of a stampede. And then one of the officers who's on video trying to start fist fights long before there's any violence, and I'll provide you the documentary that follows him, shoves a guy off of a staircase 4 stories up, and the crowd thought he was dead. That caused a group to surge that police officer, screaming, "Hey, he just killed somebody," which leads to the breach in the upper left corner, which is where the glass gets broken, all that. And what's weird is we don't arrest the people that broke the glass. We don't arrest the, we've got the guy that was the actor that recently got convicted. He took the plea deal. Somebody stole a riot shield from a police officer. He grabbed it from the guy who was grabbing it from the police officer and handed it back to the police officer. That's what's on video. And the DC judge has said that that's assault. You have to plead that you assaulted that officer by handing his shield back to him.
Yep.
And to add to this, if that wasn't the case, then can you explain the Supreme Court ruling for January 6ers that they made recently?
I mean, could you explain the Supreme Court saying that the president has
Supreme Court
absolute immunity?
No.
Yes, I can. The president does not have absolute immunity. That's the talking point that the DNC is putting out. No,
Right.
the president has absolute immunity for official acts done as president.
Right.
So,
but I was talking more.
Yes, I understand that.
No. I was talking.
But that takes.
No. I was
one at a time.
No. I was talking about the Supreme Court for the January obstruction charges that they made for the January Jan 6ers. That's the ruling I'm talking about.
No, but
you're talking about them throwing out the 1513 felony that that Garland has tried to shoehorn onto so many people that they obstructed an official proceeding.
Yeah.
They simply ruled that, as if you go watch when this was debated in Congress and everything, the obstruction was destroying documents so they would never be available to be investigated. It comes out of the Enron, when Enron was caught literally shredding documents so that they couldn't be, and some of those were unrecoverable and they could not be investigated. That's what that was pertaining to. The judges in DC, which by the way voted over 90% Democrat. So the juries, I'm not going to consider be juries of their peers, but they were throwing this felony onto people who literally calmly walked through the statuary hall and took pictures and left, as you would any other day of the year as a tourist in DC, who walked through open doors.
Especially when there was videotapes that the lawyers used to show the police waving them in.
And keep in mind that these judges have told people that took plea deals for that if they number one, several of them had, when they realized it was probably not going to go well for them at the Supreme Court, what was it 6-3? So, and even Ketanji Jackson Brown was voting that yes, this is not what this law pertains to. But the judges warned people, if you come back to my court and try and have this overturned, if that's what they determine, I'm going to stack additional misdemeanor charges on you so that you spend longer in prison. Does that sound like justice or trying to, bring the country together or anything like that?
Sounds like trying to stop something like this from happening again.
Yes, that's bias.
Well, where was it stopping this from happening again when people were literally trying to kill Justice Kavanaugh because of the leaked ruling about Roe versus Wade?
I agree.
And Merrick Garland and these judges explicitly said they would not prosecute this.
This is what you don't understand. I can condemn one thing while acknowledging that there's a double standard. I think it should all be condemned.
You want to knock over
Well,
the
how
table?
many? Hold on. Did you watch the Kavanaugh hearing?
Yes.
Okay. How many times were those hearings disrupted by people with violent outbursts?
Yes, and those people should be punished as well.
How many of them were prosecuted by the Department of Justice?
None.
That doesn't mean that I agree with it. But I can agree with the January 6th rioters and also say that the people that disrupted the Kavanaugh hearing should also be punished. I can acknowledge when I think one thing is right while also acknowledging that there is a double standard. That because
Kamala Harris is
because basically what you're saying is that I should just say, well, we shouldn't punish anybody.
No, not at all.
I'm saying punish.
I'm saying that I think as I've pointed. So I'm just pointing out that when people sit here and pretend like that this is such an unheard of thing, what happened on January 6th, and somebody saying that they didn't win, that's not unheard of. It's quite common, actually. There was a riot on May 29th of 2020 that caused 160 Capitol Police and Secret Service to be hospitalized. Do you ever hear people talk about 529? No. They burnt down portions of the guard shacks that have still yet to be repaired. I personally think the people that are leaving them there to not be repaired, which, by the way, one of them was Speaker of the House for 2 years, who praised the riots and caused the Secret Service to force the president into the bunker, even though he didn't want to go. And then the media called it, "Oh, he's bunker boy," and made fun of it for a good 6 months. I'm tired of pretending that these things are not the same. I'm tired of. I'm going to be blunt with you. 81 million people did not vote for Joe Biden. There are 4 lights.
By the way, Denali, did you find that statistic?
No, I wasn't.
Compares Biden to Trump.
No, I was in it. Yeah, I kept putting it. It wasn't showing up. But the name. But
you also said that you think that Alex Jones deserves to lose everything he ever had. Be silenced forever. Because he spent 18 minutes out of a television, a 5-day-a-week radio program that was on average 4 hours a day, and 9 of those minutes were him arguing with Jerome Corsi that he was wrong.
If Alex Jones didn't say what he did, I mean, like, these families were getting.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said that the shooting was staged, that it didn't happen.
Can I ask you? I don't want to violate any YouTube terms of service, but I have 2 recordings of scanners on that day from two different police departments arresting a man in camouflage.
You're not really about to say what I think you're about to say, are you?
Can I finish?
Go
arresting ahead. Arresting a man in camouflage carrying a long rifle in the parking lot. I also have video of them removing a long rifle from NBC News from the trunk of Adam Lanza's car, which makes me believe that the shooting inside the building was done with handguns, and that's the reason the autopsies were not released. Should I lose everything I ever owned?
Do you believe that?
Alex Jones spent 18 minutes of a 20-year radio program that was on the air for 4 hours a day, 5 days, sometimes 6 days a week. And 9 of those minutes were arguing with his guest, Jerome Corsi, that he was wrong, that the shootings did happen.
He told his audience to harass the parents
That's a
of
lie.
dead
Bullshit. That is
That's
that
a
is
lie.
that is an utter and complete lie, Jesker. And it would have been lovely if a judge hadn't said you didn't provide all the all your documentation where you did this, this, and this. For example, she complained that he wasn't able to produce episodes of the show that they had no permanent records of because they relied on YouTube at the time, and YouTube had deleted those, and those were literally the only copies. She claimed he had millions of dollars. Hold on. She claimed he had millions of dollars that he was hiding. That since we've had the bankruptcy hearings, have been proven she was wrong. So she made a ruling from the bench that said you're guilty. We will now hold the trial with the jury to determine how much you owe.
Thank you.
He was not allowed to put on a defense because a defense might have been able to prove. And by the way, he wasn't. These were things that were explicitly barred from the jury during the punishment section.
Turtle. How compare this to Trump?
He never told people to arrest the families. And again, we're talking about 18 minutes out of a 20+ year television or radio show that's on 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. And he was fined the gross national product of France.
So you're saying that these hold on, let me say something. You're saying that these families of these dead kids were supposed to let him get on there, call
an
their
FBI
kids,
an FBI agent whose name was
called their kids dead, staged and faked, and they're just supposed to roll over and accept it?
Yes.
No.
Okay, hold on a second, Jesker.
An FBI agent was an FBI agent who was never named and was not known to the public prior to the punishment hearing or the judgment hearing determining how much Alex Jones owes, was awarded $55 million for defamation.
What did he say about the FBI agent?
Nothing. Nobody even knew his name until then.
They made that shit up.
The man's name had never been mentioned. That you can't. People tried to find any mention of him on the internet prior to the hearing. After he'd been found guilty. Hold on. After the man had been found guilty. Because he's part of the class action against him. He's an FBI agent whose life was destroyed because Alex Jones said, "Don't trust the FBI."
What does that have to do with the parents?
55. He's one of the people that is in the suit. He was awarded 55.
Okay,
Hold on.
Listen,
Stop. Let me finish. You don't even know what you're talking about. Let me finish.
No, I want you to talk about the parents.
The same jury in the same hearing received $55 million, more than some of the parents.
Okay, do you think that the parents had a right to be morally outraged at Alex Jones and to go after him?
They had a right to be morally outraged. Yes.
So people in this country can get on and say whatever ridiculous shit they want to say.
Yes.
They can traumatize
for 12 minutes. Hold on. He didn't emotionally turn. They claim that the only reason people fucking went after them or said anything about him were because Alex Jones mentioned them. Yes. Alex Jones was reporting what other people were posting.
How did
Alex Jones originate that?
When you have that type of platform,
how did Alex Jones? Does he have a time machine?
When you have that type of platform and you express that type of narrative, you should be held to a higher standard than everybody else.
Oh, really?
Hold on. So let's say if you were like, say, Keith Olbermann, and you just spent a week saying that a man wasn't shot in the head.
Yes,
there was no shooting in Butler.
Keith Olbermann's a fucking idiot.
Oh, geez. Thanks, Jesker. Or you just proved our points.
Should Keith Olbermann have to pay the family of Corey Compatore?
Yeah.
Everything he's ever made?
Yeah.
You're okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
So in other words, there is absolutely no free speech in the United States.
So
Now let's keep in mind. Let's keep in.
You're getting too far away from it, Jester. Just because you're talking about this, and some parents as they become morally outraged because you're talking about these topics, because you're the host of this channel. Should everything be taken away from you? Should they come out and sue you for everything just for discussing this?
No, because I'm not saying that their kids' deaths were faked.
There you go.
Neither was Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He said it was staged.
No, he was talking about the stuff he found in the media. Do you understand the difference?
Jerome,
I remember watching the fucking episode.
Yes, and I'm telling you, it's 12 minutes.
I remember
that's
watching
12 of the 21.
I remember
watching it too, Jesker.
The fucking episode, and after
the day of the shooting, right?
After he said what he said, I unsubscribed and I left because it was fucking disgusting.
It was fucking disgusting for him to say this is odd that this guy's laughing and then all of a sudden he changes his demeanor when he gets in front of a microphone. That's disgusting. I can never listen to this man again.
You can't get
you listen to it
and say that something is that the death of children is fucking staged just because you want to keep your fucking hunting rifles.
Oh, what?
What?
Change the goalpost.
No, because this fat pill riddled bastard, he cares more about his fucking guns than he does kids.
Let's so explain the 9 minutes where he fucking argued that the shooting did happen. That is part of the case.
So wait, let me, before we're getting emotional here, let's take a break.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. He's gonna sit there and say he listened. He's saying, and when he's saying he tuned out. So the 9 minutes that are part of the case that he's being fined for, where he's literally telling his guests that he's full of shit and that the shootings did happen, that he deserves to be fucking fined for those too.
Right.
So basically, as long as you don't say anything that fucking might offend somebody, then we're all good.
Right. No, but this is the point we're going back, because I wanted to go back a little bit and say this is the part where the defense wasn't allowed to be defended during his civil trial hearing.
And by the way, Turtle, the Alex Jones case, isn't it eerily similar to the Trump case in New York, where they start off the Trump case saying, okay, Trump's guilty, we're just going to have to find out how guilty he is.
Yep.
Could you explain that?
He's not allowed to place a defense. He's not allowed to place a defense because he's been ruled guilty. We're now going to figure out how much he owes. Mar-a-Lago is only worth $18 million. Let's ignore the fact that a literal tool shed on the outskirts of Mar-a-Lago recently sold for $18 million because it's on a quarter acre of land nearby.
Jesker, how do you feel about this?
I think y'all are fucking crazy. That's how I feel about it.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that anybody could buy Mar-a-Lago for $18 million?
No.
Okay.
Well, the judge said that claiming it was worth more than $18 million was filing false business documents, and therefore he needed to be fined and not be allowed to operate a business in the state of New York.
Wasn't it like it was like over $100 million, wasn't it?
It's a quarter.
No, there's several of the dude. He said
I'm talking about the judge. No, I know. I'm talking about the value of
judge
the
ruled that the property was worth $18 million.
Yeah. And a normal real estate assessment of it is around $250 million. And that's just land. That's not the value.
Well, let's ignore the fact that it's already developed as a world famous golf course.
Yeah.
It's not that you can operate and make money from.
Yeah, and also it's a historical
hotel business, etc.
Yeah, it's a heritage site as well.
Yeah. So how much are you going to make over the next 10 years if you buy it?
Hold up. What the fuck
that
is
goes
it
into your evaluation?
Wait, why is that a
It's
heritage site?
it was a heritage site long before Trump owned it.
Yeah.
The White House of the South.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Previous presidents stayed there. Come on, man. You got to keep up with what's going on. That's one of my bullet points that you kept on arguing against before two other people came in. Wait a minute. Statistically, it's impossible to have 3 of the 4 people all agreeing with each other. Well, the 4th person is still.
Mar-a-Lago is a resort and national historic landmark in Palm Beach, South Carolina. Hold on. It was built between 1924 and 1927, and the property was returned to the Post Foundation via an act of Congress in 1981 because it was bequeathed to the government in 1973. In 1985, Trump bought it. Okay, but
and it was in a bidding war with Jeffrey Epstein over it.
Oh shit! That I didn't know. Fuck me.
But it was named a National Historic Site long before Trump bought it. It was known as the White House of the South because a lot of presidents would use it when they were away from DC and use it as vacations, as a vacation location, etc.
Yeah. So let's go back. Turtle, the Alex Jones trial, was that a criminal trial?
No,
or
civil
trial? Civil. There you go. So they civilly lawsuit. So they didn't. So would you say a civil trial is different from a criminal trial?
Yes.
Would you say that
just need a preponderance of evidence, and we didn't even get to have that, but because the judge ruled that we couldn't have a trial.
Do you guys think there should be any penalty for what Alex Jones said?
I think
no.
That
free speech, man.
No.
So wait.
If Alex, hold on, stop. If Alex Jones, hold on, let me finish. If Alex Jones said what you claimed, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Alex Jones never said what. Alex Jones never said what you claimed.
If he said what I claimed, then what do you think the punishment should have been?
Well, that would be incitement. There's already a criminal statute for that.
Yeah.
By the way, there's a reason the criminal charges weren't filed because they knew they couldn't meet that.
Yeah.
Because he didn't say the thing you claimed.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember the show, and that was the show.
Is this a Mandela effect that you're experiencing?
It's not the fucking Mandela effect.
Yes, it is. Because you say you're remembering history differently.
You said that. Stop. You said
talking about the Alex being fucking actors.
Yes, he did call them crisis actors. That is not telling people. Stop. That is not telling people that bullshit. Stop. I'm going to hold you to what you said. That is not telling people to go find these people by name and where they are and to harass them. You said he told people to harass them. Not the court case said it. You said it 10 minutes ago.
Did he do anything to dissuade his followers from taking that action?
Well, that would be the second half of the 18 minutes that I mentioned, where he literally argued with Jerome Corsi, which, by the way, the vast majority of the stuff that made air was Jerome Corsi making claims and Alex going, really? Or agreeing with him. If you watched the episode that you're talking about, I'm assuming it's going to be that weekend of the shooting. The vast majority of the claims were coming from Jerome Corsi, and Alex sat there going, oh, that's interesting. Things like that. Now, if you want to talk about the second half of the recordings that they used, that's him arguing with Jerome that Jerome is wrong.
Do you think that as a public figure with a large social media platform, that he has some responsibility to make it clear to his followers not to take
which he did for years?
Which, say that again, I didn't get the last part.
That's the point. He did that for years. He apologized to the families long before the court case. He stopped having Jerome Corsi on his network. He cut ties with the person making the he cut ties with the people making those claims.
Did he make reparations to the families?
Why?
What kind of reparation? What reparation beyond that does he need?
Financial.
Why?
How?
Because
For what?
they deserve it.
For what?
For what?
Because so you acknowledge he apologized. Why would he apologize if he didn't say it?
You know what? Just because I say something that offends you, I apologize for it. Why should I pay you a fucking dime for it?
Hey, when I saw this initially on the news, I thought this was bullshit, and since then I've gotten more additional information, and I think I might have jumped the gun and come to the incorrect conclusion.
None of us have the platform. None of us have the platform or the influence of an Alex Jones.
It doesn't matter.
You
Everybody's
do.
equal under the law.
You do.
Right?
No, I don't.
We're
What
on
the
it
fuck are
right
you
now.
talking about?
We're on it right now, Jesker.
Dude, there's 5 fucking people in here. That is hardly Alex Jones' level of influence.
Wow, where did Alex Jones start?
It doesn't matter. It's where he was at the time that he did this shit.
Everybody's equal under the law, correct?
No, some people are more equal than others.
Yeah, that's
Well, the law needs to be updated in order to account for social media, and it hasn't been, and because again, the government's full of.
Let me ask you. How did Alex Jones initiate these claims when he was reporting on seeing the claims online? But these claims were from Alex Jones, supposedly. These other people came up with it because this is part of their case, by the way. This is part of the prosecution or the plaintiff's case. These people who Alex Jones was able to reference online and say, look at what these people are saying. They were inspired to say these things because Alex told them to say it before Alex ever spoke about it.
okay. Turtle, can you talk about the Trump scenario and how it was already found Trump was guilty and how guilty he was the actual trial itself? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I can try and explain that. So Judge Clickety Clack, whatever fucking Skeletor's name is, I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, Marchand ruled that Trump was guilty prior to any opening statements or anything else. He made a ruling from the bench that
show me the quote, show me the document.
Trump rulings, New York, Marchand.
Or Engron, because he had 2 of them back to back.
Well, the other one. So, let me find New York guilty.
So
I'm still looking for that graphic. I mean, I can't believe it. It's like I didn't save it.
Business records.
Okay, Jesker. While Turtle's looking, wouldn't you agree that a lot of the narratives that you had formulated, biased narratives that you had formulated, are not as biased anymore, but they're a little more informed?
No.
Okay, what is it that you're holding your steadfast to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marchand's not Judge Clickety Clack. What's the other judge's name?
Listen, even what you guys are saying is true from a legal standpoint, I really don't give a shit. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I have certain moral standards, and I'm not going to cry tears because Alex Jones is losing everything. Alex Jones is a horrible human being. He deserves it.
That's your opinion.
I think you're a horrible human being that deserves the same treatment then.
When did I ever say that dead kids were crisis actors?
Okay, you never said it. Alex Jones never said it.
He just said it right now.
No,
Oh, okay,
Alex
yeah,
Alex
that's true.
Jones did. Alex Jones did agree with Jerome Corsi. And I'm not. Are you going to say that there's never been a false flag shooting or anything like that in the United States? You going to say that Northwoods wasn't a plan?
I don't think the argument right now that Turtle is trying to present to you, Jester, is Alex Jones. It's actually the procedural judicial hearing that in this case.
Do you think you
Alex,
hold on?
Alex,
How can we have how do we live in a nation that has quote unquote free speech with that weighing over our head? That as long as I don't insult the right people, then I can speak what and I can call out the stuff that I go, this is screwy.
Why would why would you want to insult the parents of dead children? I mean, think about
maybe because, by the way, let's look at the plaintiff's argument in that case. A literal defense, of affirmative defense, is that you actually believed the things you said.
He did say that the kids were crisis actors, right?
And an affirmative defense, yes, and an affirmative defense is that you actually believe that. If you actually believe that, you were not violating their rights.
So you think
the plaintiffs literally have read the plaintiff's briefs. They literally say that he did not believe that, and he was only doing this to harm harm these parents.
So he was doing it to try and harm the parents.
That's what the plaintiff says.
That's mind reading from the plaintiff.
The plaintiff says it's impossible for him to have believed that was fake.
But why did he?
Why did he say that? Things like what I brought up to you. If you listen to the scanner audio, as I did on the day of the shooting, they arrested people in the parking lot with long rifles and camouflage that they have no arrest records for. As NBC aired live helicopter footage, we watched them remove the AR-15 from the trunk of Adam Lanza's car.
Here's what I think it comes down to. He is a Second Amendment advocate, and I think he was willing to throw to run dead kids through the mud.
How much of his content had you consumed before then?
In order to a lot.
Okay. So is it really that far out of line for Alex Jones to entertain conspiracy theories? Forget about the Second Amendment portion. I mean, for example, he had the head of Eglin's weapons testing systems, Colonel, on for years. He did a whole documentary with him about the Murrah Tower in Oklahoma and how 2,000 pounds of ANFO couldn't do that. Do those people? I mean, is he telling people to go and harass the people that were victims of that? He didn't believe the shooting happened. He didn't believe the shooting happened because of the chilling effect of going after him has created. We're not allowed to talk about the fact that the reason two of the departments that are there on the scene are because they were having a fucking drill for a school shooting, literally on the same day in the same town.
All I know, dude, is that
shooting happened.
If I was one of these parents, I
pissed. And you know what? The courts don't exist to make sure that you're never pissed.
Then what system do we have in place to deal with situations like this?
I don't know. Things like what actually came out with it. People asked the questions and then went, well, I don't agree that the shooting didn't happen. I do find it odd that I can still go to Columbine High School that had bombs set off in it, but I can't go to that school because all the metal was melted down and sent to China.
Are you actually implying that?
No, I'm implying that if they didn't want that if they wanted to use it to silence somebody, it was a very, very good tool, and they did everything they possibly could to make sure that it looked questionable. I don't know what happened there. You want to know? Here's the extent of my let me fucking finish. Here's the extent of my craziness. You don't have to worry about losing your channel. I don't think that Adam Laza used the AR-15 in the building. I believe he did the shootings with 9mm handguns.
So you agree that he did do the shooting?
I believe so.
And you agree
all the evidence I have says yes. I also believe that there was a drill going on involving 3 departments of the same exact shooting at the same time on the same day in roughly the same location, and it led to confusion on the radio because I heard it with my own ears. And I believe that that's where the people that were wearing camouflage that are on two different dispatches being arrested, and why there's no arrest record for them is they were part of that. And there was confusion because they were conducting a drill at the same time. And I also believe that the Obama administration was going to use the blood of those dead kids to get his gun control desires passed. Because they don't care. Never let a tragedy go to waste. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's Rahm Emanuel, the campaign manager of Barack Obama's exact quote to NBC and a different topic. Never let a tragedy go to waste. And they are power hungry scumbags who didn't give a shit about those kids. They just wanted to silence Alex Jones, and they used it as an excuse to take him off the air.
Give me an alternative solution to stop school shootings.
Oh, that's easy.
Stop school free of guns and put them back.
Stop hiring danger hair psychopaths that are more concerned about the kids' genitals and who they end up growing up to.
Hey, let me. All of that. How do we stop?
Yeah, we did. They go back to the 70s. Yeah, they go back to the 70s. What's really weird was at one point, I know I did the research before 2013. 85% of the shootings that had been stopped without the shooter killing themselves were stopped by a private citizen with a firearm.
Yep.
How do we ensure that this shit never happens?
It's simple.
How do we ensure that there's never another person killed by a tornado?
Okay, yeah. Okay,
that's a natural.
Wait.
That's a human being doing that.
Turtle.
And I'm going to tell you, it's a natural thing that out of 300 million people, if only 1% of the population is murderous psychopaths, you're going to have a lot of murderous psychopaths in your population, and you're not going to legislate. You're not going to legislate it away. I don't know. Instead of trying to take every gun from instead of trying to take guns from people, maybe we invest in better trained security officers, magnetometers, doors that actually lock.
Yeah.
Hold on. What do we do with the psychopaths?
Oh well, you can't.
Well, we fixed the problem that was created by emotional danger hair women in the 70s who watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Let me finish. I've got an answer for that. Yeah, we did. And in the 1970s, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest became a very popular movie. And there was a huge movement among uninformed liberal white women going, it's so horrible that these people are treated this way. We should shut down all the insane asylums. And then we got the homeless crisis.
Yep.
I think
we just renamed it.
Because we know that sociopaths and psychopaths cannot be fixed. I know exactly what we are. I know exactly what we are. I know exactly. Hold on. I know exactly what we should do with them, but I can't repeat it on YouTube.
All right, that's fine. Listen, a couple of things. Regarding how you Jesker, come on, man, you talk too much. Give me a moment.
This channel.
Hold on. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was the one that closed the mental institutions.
Yes,
Fine.
when he was in California, the governor of California, he did that to appease the whiny white women. Going, Jack Nicholson made me cry, and I read this book, and that's what everybody that's in a mental institution doesn't need to be there, and they're all treated horribly. They're all these nurses are just like Nurse Ratchet, because I'm a collectivist idiot who bases my worldview on fiction.
Okay.
Okay.
Listen.
Let me get
Jesker,
to. Hold on.
okay.
I'll let you talk. I promise I'll let you talk in a second. I need to get to a super chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Jesker, don't stand for people disrespecting you in your own channel. It's one thing to disagree, but there is no need for being rude. Kick them out. No, look, well, first of all, I'm about to go to dinner anyways, and I'm probably going to come back tonight so we can
What are you going to
talk. General Tso's chicken.
Oh, you
Damn it, that's better than I got.
So
Right,
I'm about
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Please.
Hold on. Let me answer.
You said I can have.
Let him answer his super chat. Come on.
Not done with the super chat.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sorry.
So here's the thing. I'm about to go eat dinner anyways, and then I'm going to come back tonight, and we'll actually talk about the fucking topic we're supposed to talk about. But let me say this: I'm letting them talk because I think they're proving my point for me. To be honest with you, I mean, this shit sounds fucking crazy. This isn't how the vast majority of people think about this stuff.
No, that's how you don't think about it. Half the country.
No, you live in an
I think
echo
you-
chamber.
Half a country. Thinks
I'm not in
about it.
an echo chamber.
All right.
I'm just pointing out. I'm pointing out that I don't think somebody should be silenced and have literally everything. I mean, they literally repossessed his car this week, dude.
All
I
right.
don't give a shit.
All right. Great.
I know you don't.
And
That's why. That's the hold on, and that's where me and you differ. That's where me and you differ.
I know, because Turtle, here's the difference between me and you. I am somebody that has always had a very strong sense of justice. That doesn't always mean legal justice. When I see something that is wrong, or I see somebody that is being a detriment to the greater good, yes, I have my issues with them, and I think
That's a detriment. Hold on. That's a detriment to the greater good.
Yes, Alex Jones
Questioning something.
Answer.
Questioning something for 12 minutes was a detriment to the greater good. I don't know.
Alex Jones' entire career.
Let's look. Oh, okay. So the stuff that he found out about Waco that ended up coming out true in congressional testimony and led to people being removed from the ATF because of the things that the laws they broke, and they murdered a bunch of kids. That's wrong too.
Alex Jones has been responsible for more division in this country than any Democrat ever has.
All right, listen.
Bullshit. I'd argue that Eric Holder is, or Lewis Lerner, but hey,
Eric Holder is.
Yeah. The people that have been put in jail by him do.
The majority of people don't even know who the fuck I mean, I know who Eric Holder is because he was involved in the Obama administration, but most people don't even know who the fuck Eric Holder is.
All right. Hold a sec. First of all, regarding school shootings, how do you prevent them? It's very simple. They said it before. This is said before, and it's very simple, but they won't do it. I'll tell you what it is. You know how they have security guards that follow the president around. You know how they have security guards at sports events. You know how they have security guards at the court places. You know how they have security guards in corporations. Why don't they have security guards at the at the children's schools? Okay, number one. That's number one. Number two, we talked about the election and how the numbers don't add up. Jesker, if you can please look at the latest link I have in the private chat. Can you please just bring it up? It's a number statistic. It's a number stat, and that will, I believe, answer a lot of the concerns you have about how the election has been compromised. And these are just statistical numbers.
Okay, I'll pull it up. This is from.
Before you pull it up, pull mine up. It's 12 seconds. It's quiet. It's silent.
Okay, what are we looking at?
How about hire somebody better than this to be doing security?
Oh yeah.
This is what your average school has for security. magnetic door locks would solve most of the problems, by the way,
Okay.
as we learned in Uvalde.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Now-
so it's a post from Donald Trump.
All right. Can you click on it so it makes bigger on your screen if it's possible? There you go. All right. So just look at the numbers if you will. Compare Obama to Trump to Biden.
You're not going to convince him.
Oh yeah, but
this
Jesker, can you look at this and tell me
I can
what
see
what it is that you disagree with?
George.
Okay.
I can see it, but it is a post from Trump's Truth Social. That is not a credible source.
Okay,
Of course, he's
Okay,
going to
but
bring
all
up these
these
numbers.
no
Because
one questions any of these. We know the number of counties that each of these people won. We know the number. We can go one by one and look them up on Wikipedia if it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
So Red makes a good point here. If you want security guards, you need to increase school funding. To increase school funding, you need to raise taxes.
No.
But oh no, we can't raise taxes.
No.
Oh God.
No,
that's not
really.
true.
Do we need to raise taxes? That's odd because Trump lowered tax rates and took in record revenue. It's almost as if the Laffer curve exists.
Yeah, and I even know what that means. Sorry, please continue.
Can I quote John F. Kennedy, famous Democrat, when told by an advisor that he should put into the budget a higher tax rate? Are you fucking stupid? The ideal tax
rate? Who was the tax rate on? What group of people?
Doesn't matter what group of people. The Laffer curve exists. Anybody's
yes,
taking
it does.
economics should know. Oh, yes, it does. Okay, let's make it 100% on the top 2%. Congratulations, you just funded government for approximately 9 months.
Yep.
So then, how do you?
And guess what
it?
guess where they're going to go invest their money? Not in the U.S.
Call them on their.
So
bluff.
the argument. Look up Laffer curve. This is not some crazy Republican theory.
Yes, I know about
LAFFER. Okay,
I know about.
Trump lowered taxes on everyone. We had a lower tax rate, yet collected record revenue. So tell me more about how we need to raise the tax rate to gain more money. Let me give you another example. Part of Biden's budget was $60 million additional dollars to the IRS to collect funds that people were skating on.
Yeah,
And so over the course of 10 years, $60 billion. And in the first year, he was able to gather $1 billion. That is going to be a group of diminishing returns, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that they maintain that rate over the course of the next 9 years. So we spent $50 billion to get back to zero. $60 billion to collect $10 billion. Maybe if we were to do things that encourage the economy to grow and more people to be employed and more commerce to happen, there's more revenue flowing in to spend.
But we can't do that because the corporations keep raising prices on everything.
It only happens.
Oh, so now you want to do price controls. Price controls historically work grand.
So
yeah,
you trust
imagine
the corporation.
Hold on. If I raise the taxes on a corporation, how are they going to raise their how are they going to increase their profits? Oh, that's right. They'll just raise prices.
Here's an idea.
Who ends up paying that new tax?
How about the CEO take a cut out of his own salary?
Why?
No, that's why. Well, why number one and two. Even if you let's say the reason CEOs get paid the amount they do is because the people that can take on the job of a CEO and take on that fiduciary responsibility tend to be in high demand, and a lot of people are fighting to get them to come work for them.
There it is.
Now,
they're great
now,
because
hold on,
they're
hold
wealthy.
on.
They're,
No, hold on.
Let's
take a fucking example. Let's take a fucking example.
There's a fucking Puritan strain.
Hold on.
Oh my
of
God.
No,
wealthy
let's
people with
take
moral
let's take
standing.
no, dude. Why are some comic books worth more money if I go to the comic shop and try and buy them?
You're comparing
Like-
a person to a product.
No.
That's not the same thing.
I am comparing a person to a product. They're both selling something. Okay, Marvel's selling me a book, and this person's selling me their labor and skills. Okay, if I'm buying it, now I'm talking about a market. If I go to the comic shop, that Thundercats #1 that came out 4 months ago might be $8, but for some reason this Jack Kirby signed slated 9.8 is $1,000. Why is that?
Because it's more in demand by the people.
What? Whoa. More in demand. And what is there not as much of? Can I go get a bunch of those Thundercat comics versus that signed Kirby book that's a 9.8? Supply's a lot lower, right?
Right.
Basic supply and demand. Now, let's also take the argument that you made about, well, maybe they should take a pay cut. Well, let's take the Walton family. Let's take all the money they make from Walmart and we'll spread it out amongst the workers. Let's take a full year of their money and we'll spread it out amongst their workers. It should really change the bottom line, right? The average worker will get a 14-cent an hour raise.
Yeah.
So then how do
I've
you
done the math
plan-
with this one with my father
Hold on,
recently, by the way.
Hold on. How do you plan to make sure that no one's going hungry, no one's going homeless, everybody has health care, everybody's getting a good education?
It's amazing that we were able to solve a lot of those problems before 1913.
Yeah.
So we had universal health care before 1913?
Actually, yeah, we had really good health care as far as
I said
payment
universal.
wise.
I said universal.
Universal. Okay, can I answer this? Sure, we did. You had your town doctor who did things like lodge medicine, where
And you didn't have to pay for it? You didn't have to pay for
fraternal
it?
group. So you support slavery?
No, I support a universal single payer healthcare system like every other developed nation in the world has.
Well, let's see how well their universal single payer healthcare systems work when 85% of the research that is funded by our system stops happening.
Yeah, that's a little part of you keep missing, Jesker. Is
What?
America
So
is the well?
Jesker,
America's
tell me
the
where you'd rather.
welfare
Jesker,
provider.
tell me where.
Jesker,
tell me where you'd rather have a heart attack. Tell me where you'd rather have a heart attack, Canada or the U.S.
At least I'm not going to go bankrupt in Canada.
No, but you're probably going to die because you have literally a 3 times more likely chance of dying from that because of that wonderful system they have. Let's look at outcomes.
Yes, we have the highest infant mortality rate in this country.
No, we don't.
Yes,
No, we don't.
do. Yes, in the
No, we
developed
don't.
world.
No, we
In
don't.
the developed
No, we
world,
don't.
Yes, we do.
No, compare. No, I can prove this to you. Compare apples to apples. Look at what other countries do for their infant mortality rate versus ours. They're not counted the same. Research that. Eat that. Look into that while you're eating your General Tso's. The U.S. counts their infant mortality rate in a much different manner than the rest of the Western world. They don't count kids that die before they're 3 months old.
Which country are you talking about?
Give me a minute. I will find the documentation for you.
So, Jesker, has your mind been swayed yet?
No.
No, it won't be.
Look, you're talking to a fucking Star Trek fan. I want to do whatever it takes to get to my fucking Star Trek utopia.
You know what Star Trek worked? Yeah. Okay, cool. Get us to a post-scarcity world. That's what it takes for Star Trek to work. Literal scarcity do not exist.
Hey,
Socialism works great when there is no scarcity. The U.S. has a
it's-
higher.
hey,
It's hold on.
Hey, it's happening. Look at the lab. Look, for example, look at the 3D printer. That's a predecessor to the replicator. Look at the lab.
Yeah, but
meat. That's the predecessor.
Yeah, let's look at the lab grown
food
meat. We'll see how that cancer rates go.
Yeah, here we go with the conspiracy theories. Everything.
What have they found out? The conspiracy theory. Why is Monster or what is it? What not Monster? What's the one that? What's the one that? Miracle with the one that Burger King used. The fake meat they used.
Oh yeah.
What brand they are? Yeah. Why don't you look at what recently came out and why they're not being allowed to sell in certain countries? Stay on top of it, man.
You know, that's another point that I started off when I jumped in here. Jesker, you're ill-informed opinionist.
Hold up. We're about to wrap up the stream because I do have to go eat, but I want to ask you guys, honest to God, like, what is your vision for the future? Like, what do you want people to get to? Like, I'm not asking if you think it's possible. Do you want people?
I believe central planning has killed 100 million people in less than 100
that's
years.
Great. I didn't ask that. I didn't.
Okay, hold on.
Ask that.
My vision is for people to realize that the world is not a Dunning-Kruger problem. They don't have all the answers, and you can't put a bunch of smart people in one little city to plot out everything that's going to happen. But you know what? We can all thrive when we take the friggin' boot off of fucking people's necks and go, as long as you're not actively harming the person next to you, you can go ahead and live your life and be creative and do things like, I don't know, go to the moon, develop the transistor, create things instead of a small group of people that are not as smart as you think they are, guessing and deciding who's going to be able to do that.
That's why the doctrine got killed.
So here's what I think. I think that the daily struggle of survival, what I hear from conservatives a lot of the time is that it makes you stronger. You should hold on, let me speak. You should take pride in the struggle, blah, blah, blah. I think that's all bullshit. I think that these things, hunger, the poverty,
what are you owed?
It doesn't matter. These are
what are you owed? Yes, if you believe this, what are you owed? What are you owed?
Can I motherfuckers? I'm gonna speak on my own fucking show. Now shut the hell up.
That's fine, but what are you owed? What are you owed of mine?
I'm not owed anything. But if you let me, Turtle, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna talk. Let me finish. I let you finish. Now you let me fucking finish.
That was gold.
All right. I believe that collectively as a species, we are supposed to overcome things like hunger, war, poverty, greed, and disease. These are evils that are supposed to be overcome so that we can live up to our full potential as a species. We could spread throughout the universe. We could transform ourselves biologically, mentally, spiritually, but we have to get over these things that have been holding us back for thousands of years.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I agree. We need to get over these things that are holding us back, like other people being able to decide what the way that you have to live your life. Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, the majority of the population,
if we don't do it as a collective effort, we're never going to get there.
Yeah, right. But the majority of the population, they just like to sit back, relax, watch the game, have a beer, and that's why what you're talking about is a fractional of the population where
and
they're creative
that's
and they're
why
productive.
that fraction of the population should be in control, because they actually want to
Oh,
help
really?
the world.
Oh, really? Just like the experts who told us
So
in the last 4 years, we should put masks on, we should take the shot.
You want the lazy
Although,
fucks who sit back and drink beer all the time to be the ones running the world.
That's why the Chevron doctor.
No, I want them running their world. I want them to have so little power that I don't have to worry about what they're going to do to my family.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I want to get to a point where there's not people like that anymore, because we've transformed as a
good
species.
luck. It's never going to happen.
Well,
unless you want to go, World War II bad guy-esque and murder everybody that disagrees with you.
No, I'm not saying murder everybody. I'm saying transform them slowly over time.
Okay, so
so just re-education camps?
Yeah, or like Bill Gates.
Hey, if it gets the job done and gets the fat fucks out of the way, let's go for it.
The authoritarian left rears its ugly head again.
Or like Bill Gates wants to put the mRNA stuff in our food source, so that way we don't have to fight or have hesitancy of taking the shot. Just like it's basically a date rape
man,
drug.
the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And
what I'm saying is, what you guys,
if you're not a wild, no, it's weird. Every time people that support the economic policies I desire, every time the economic policies that I desire. That every time the economic policies that I desire are implemented in Congress, we have a massive upgrowth of the economy. We have more money, more employment, more people with more to be able to spend their money on and to
how does that
entertain
fundamentally
themselves
change the
and
world?
live better lives and be able to, for example, go, gee, I want to make art. And I can afford to, because I'm not having to work 3 jobs to barely pay the rent or to be able to afford a piece of meat.
Yeah, that's like.
I mean, AI and machines are going to be doing all the work anyways eventually, so it's not going to.
Thank you. People said that the head of the U.S. Trade and Patent Office said the Patent Office would need to shut down in 1896 because everything that had been invented would be invented. In the 1950s, they said robots would take our jobs. Now we work more man hours than we ever did. Why is that? It's almost as if mankind is able to come up with new ways to use our abilities to create things that you can't even fathom being created right now.
And also, it's not AI or robots that are going to take over. It's going to be people using AI and robots taking over other people's jobs. There's a difference. There's a distinct difference. It's to say, AI art, as an example, AI art is replacing the artists. That's bullshit. It's an artist using AI art to develop new art. That's going to take over another artist's livelihood. Why? Because now they're able to produce artwork at a much quicker pace.
All right.
So here price point.
So here's the thing, and we'll wrap it up with this. I believe in the Star Trek future. I think we're going to get there eventually. And you know what? The good thing about it is that if we get there within our lifetimes, here's the thing. Yeah, you guys will be okay, because you won't have to worry about scarcity. You won't have to worry about struggle. You'll be fine. And then we can actually focus on things that matter, like discovering new stuff, like science and the arts and all that stuff. And we don't have to worry about our basic fucking needs. And you guys will be much happier when we get there.
All right.
We'll get there as long as you guys plan for us to get there through your methods and methodologies. That's the point.
We're going to get there whether people like it or not. And I like it. So I'm on board with it.
Well, that is a nice Darwinism utopia.
Yeah. By the way, Jesker, I'm gonna leave. I am gonna drop you something because we mentioned it briefly, and I don't want to keep you from your dinner. But I'd love to talk about CrowdStrike with you. So I'll drop it for you in the private chat.
Oh, can we take 5 minutes on that?
No. Let him go eat. But I would love to have a long discussion with you about CrowdStrike and why every human being on the face of the planet should know that name.
Yeah.
All right.
And by the way, Turbo, I DM'd you on X.
All right. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I will be back tonight. We will actually talk about Biden dropping out because I do want to talk about Kamala, her chances, who she might pick for a vice president, all that good stuff. But
Denali and I were going to be doing the news, so if you guys run long, I'll jump in. But I look forward to catching on the replay.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Yo.
Before you close out, I just want to say, because we haven't talked since then, I haven't been able to look at a damn Batmobile the same since. Thank you.
Oh, the penis? Yeah. It's a penis, dog.
But that's just one Batmobile out of the many.
I swear to God, he just sat there and he just said, here's a Batmobile. It's a penis. It's a penis now. It's just a penis.
It was the problem as the picture that I found to go along with it. It did not help.
It's a big ass dildo on wheels. That's what it is.
Enjoy your General Tso's.
Yo, man, we're about to head out.
Yeah, I figured you was.
Yeah, but just in time to close out the show.
I will be back. I'm probably gonna do another stream at 9 because we went way off tangent.
Man, please don't let this bitch Kamala Harris run for president of the United States.
You're about to be unbidened by all that. That's
man.
No, man, we about to get Kamala Harris.
Man. No, her famous speech. We have been unburdened by what has been. You're about to be unbidened by her.
Oh my God!
She needs somebody to write her speeches for her because I remember she actually got out and said, "Today is today, and yesterday was today in the past." It's like, okay.
Yeah.
She writes her speech. Her speeches are written by somebody who's in 5th grade trying to do a book report that didn't read the assignment.
Well, I got to tell you, there's probably only 1 or 2 people that actually applied for that job. Everybody else said no.
You can't be fucking serious, bro. She didn't say she's not that retarded, man.
Yes.
Yes, she
I
is.
remember she was talking about AI. She said AI means artificial intelligence, and AI is 2 letters. It's like
she loves Venn diagrams.
Stop
she
talking
loves
to me.
Venn diagrams.
No.
Please stop talking to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Please.
Bro, by the way, Kamala Harris, is she Indian or is she black?
She's always claimed to be Indian. She's
one of those. She's one of those futuristic.
Until 2020, she claimed to be Indian.
First and foremost,
she is both. She's somehow the first Indian to be in American to be in the Senate, and the first black person to be vice president.
Well, she don't claim to be black.
She's obviously one of those futuristic mixed race people where you can't tell what they are.
Well, I have a theory that a coalition from the Indians Are Us went to her and said, "Please do not identify as an Indian. You really bring shame to us."
Oh my God! Kamala Harris is what the entire human race is going to look like in 200 years.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch, man. She is a nasty scumbag, low-level piece of shit. Idiotic person. Tell me that she's not the head person running for
yes.
Yes.
Biden.
They don't have anybody else running for presidency in the Democratic Party.
Biden. Wow. Montel inside.
Oh, come on.
That's fucking wild.
Man, wait, so on a serious note, so you're telling me there's nobody else in the Democratic Party that's trying to run?
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know.
Hillary Clinton.
They've all coalesced around her since the announcement.
George, it's not going to be fucking Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Well,
Let's do a bet, a gentleman's bet. If it is Hillary Clinton, I win the bet, and if it's not Hillary Clinton, I win the bet.
You don't want to take that bet. You don't want to take that bet.
No.
You don't want to take that bet.
But when I do, I win.
Clinton, Hillary, Alex Soros, the Obamas, Pelosi have all endorsed her.
Yep,
they're doing everything. You want look up what happened last time the DNC was in Chicago. Look up what happened last time in 1968, and Lyndon Johnson dropped out. You don't. They are terrified of having another one of another 68 convention.
Yeah.
The real question.
It's gonna be her. It's who's the VP.
Yeah, who's she gonna pick as her VP? That's a real question.
Another woman.
No, it's not gonna be
another woman.
No. Probably maybe what's his name? The California guy, the shitty governor.
No, because California is too much. That's too much of a detriment on the ticket.
Well, you think that would be the case, but the guy's still in power.
Yo,
there is no fucking way, man. This got to be the easiest election. There's no way unless they really put Trump. Unless they really put Trump in the ground, there's no way he's losing this shit, bro.
That's what they said in 2020, and it didn't turn out
this time.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot they put a fucking dude with seizures and fucking.
They had Weekend at Bernie's beat Trump. Come on.
Hey,
honest to God, if I had to guess who's going to be your vice president, I've heard a lot about Mark Kelly maybe being picked. I think it could be like a governor, like in the middle of the country, like a Bashir or somebody. And
I don't think they'll give up Bashir. I think they're keeping Bashir. Bashir is their best hope for 28. I think that's why you don't hear them talk about him much.
I know some people are saying like. I know some are saying Bernie Sanders, but
it's not going to be Bernie.
Yeah, that's not good. Because, I mean, look, let's just be real here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
The Democratic establishment hates Bernie Sanders.
Well, they ran Biden in 2020 just to get Bernie out of the ticket.
Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna say this: if Tulsi Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard was running for Democratic, as a Democratic,
they kicked her out of the party.
Yeah, I would kick her out.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. If she was there, then I would happily vote for her. I'd happily sleep with her too.
Don't lie, Dragon Man. You would that doesn't matter which party she's running for. That part you would be the same. She has your full, undying, unwavering support.
Yeah, damn right.
Okay. All right. Listen.
My vote and my erection.
If AOC is on the ticket as VP or president,
not old enough. She can't.
I swear to God, I will buy a first plane ticket on election day. Come down there and vote illegally just to get AOC.
No,
AOC.
No.
Hey, come on, man. and I will partake in the free illegal immigrants housing and free dental care and was it a couple of months of $4,500.
Do not come.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
Damn.
Who the fuck's bro?
I'm gonna come. Yes.
Do not come.
I'm gonna say this: AOC. If AOC runs this country, it's over.
AOC is
going to give you the whole load today.
AOC.
What is she like? 30? What is she in her late 30s?
The bartender that ruled the country. That's
early 30s. She's not 35 yet. She won't. That's why she's not running this time.
Fuck that nasty cum.
Yeah, that's right.
You know
She's got to be 35.
I don't know who she's gonna pick. I got to give this some thought. I know people are saying like Gretchen Whitmer. That's not gonna happen.
She's gonna be told who to pick.
Oh, Gretchen's a hottie. People can get behind her.
They're not.
Gretchen's. I don't.
Same tick.
They're not going to be able to get crossover vote for the woman that faked her own Fed napping.
They're not going to.
You know, people can look over that.
In general, man, trying to get people who were locked up for crimes that they didn't commit. She tried to keep them in there.
Oh yeah. No, not try to keep them there. She tried to keep them there longer than their sentencing, so she can continue using them.
Oh shit!
Fetterman all along.
Oh my gosh! Yes. I didn't even see that. Absolutely. Wait a minute. No, that's a problem because wait a minute. Fetterman had brain damage and fell in line with the Democratic Party, but then he got again hit in the head. And then all of a sudden, he got factory reset to the GOP thinking. Okay, that's going to be a problem.
Yo, what if she made RFK Jr. her vice president?
Oh,
that's not happening either.
I mean, no, it's not going to happen. But can you imagine?
Yeah, that would actually be a problem. I can see that.
The people, I mean, there's problems on both sides. I'm not going to lie, but the people that are making this decision for Biden. Which, I mean, when this memo came out, the first thing I said is, man, Joe's going to be really mad when he wakes up.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
I will not kiss the ring. Trump is unfit to be president.
Yeah, fuck that bitch too.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yo, I wonder how much money the Hawk 2 girl has made at this point.
More than she made working as a teacher.
Oh, by the way, that's fabricated.
Rating yourself makes you a lot of money. Having integrity for yourself makes you broke.
Okay, internet, let me tell you right now, I have absolutely zero fucking integrity. I will do anything for money. I'm just saying.
How's that utopian dream going to come if that's the case?
Well, some of us have to make sacrifices, like sacrificing our integrity to bring it about.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I will be the martyr that brings about heaven.
Yeah, I'll take the sword, man. Just give me the cash.
Look, I'm good, man. More money, more profit. And that's the name of the game.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Did you know money is the root of all happiness?
I want more money, more bitches. All right.
Oh, bitches ain't bad, man. But
bitches love money.
The only thing, though, you have the wrong bitches around you. They can fuck in this time period, man. They can fuck you up, man.
I've got Tulsi Gabbard with me. What now, bitch?
Oh no, that bitch, man. Hey, I like the rogue little style she got with her little hair, and I seen her in her little military outfit. She looks sexy as hell, dog.
Wow, what about the cowgirl outfit?
Whoa,
was she in a cowgirl outfit?
Oh yeah, she was. She plus that other.
I'm protecting you by not playing the music, but it's Goodbye Horses.
I honest to God, I'm surprised. Well, I'm not. Well, I'm kind of surprised. If Trump had made Tulsi Gabbard his vice president, that
is a smart play. It locks up Ohio. It almost guarantees Pennsylvania. He was gonna. It makes massive inroads in Wisconsin.
And let's not forget the tech industry.
Hey,
yeah, that's true.
No, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'd hit that right now.
What, the bats?
The bats?
What the
no,
hell,
I'm looking at Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh. I was about to say you got.
Don't lie. Don't lie. He likes the way these bats look at their club.
Nah, man, the bats are funny, man. Actually, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. If I was sitting right under the motherfuckers, I wouldn't. I feel at home. You know why? Because bats, man, they don't really fuck with people like that.
You know, bats are just puppies with wings. You know.
Well, no, that's a flying fox, actually. You know what I'm saying? That those things are kind of.
Yeah, you know, foxes are just puppies with red hair.
Man, hey, this bitch. Okay, yeah, she look good, dog.
Well, we
Well,
know somebody has a thing for MILFs.
Motherfucker, you damn right. Them 40-year-old bitches are fine.
Oh, did you see that that governor, the grandma governor, dark black hair with sparkly eyes? I forgot her name.
Ooh, now Gilfs is a little much for me.
Is that her?
That's Tosi's mom. She got a man, huh? Well, that should be obvious, right?
I thought you were going to say, well, we can deal with that. We can get around. I thought to say,
well,
you guys remember this?
Oh shit!
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris.
I want to bring the conversation back to.
Oh,
my God.
Yo, what kind of old ass shit you got?
Old, okay.
Yeah, gum, dude. Is that a rotary
A
phone?
landline? I mean,
man. Come on, man.
Yo, hey, she ate her life in that debate. I remember that shit. Man.
Yo, I haven't had a house phone for like 5 years now. It's ridiculous, and I haven't missed it.
I haven't had a house phone since the 2000s, honestly.
Yeah, well, you know what? When that's CrowdStrike takes your phones down, I'm still be able to order pizza.
Yeah,
No, because the pizza places will be down.
That's right.
Now when you pick up a phone, you say, "Hey, Pasquale, I like a large, you know." And drive it over to my house. Don't forget to use the Chevy, the one that doesn't have the computer dashboard on it.
Hey, Jesker, I got a question for you real quick. So you said MILFs, right? So what really constitutes a MILF?
Are you serious? You're asking Jesker that?
40-year-old.
I mean,
Jesker's young, which is why he's a liberal.
Wait, how old is Jesker, man?
I'm 31.
Okay, you're my age range. What would constitute fucking a 40-year-old bitch?
I would. Okay. Well,
like, I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, for where I'm at in life, probably at least 10 years older, and 10 years older.
I thought just the requirement was
I cannot
really.
I mean, bro, I'm gonna say this. I give her the business of her life, man.
Just wanted to feel like you wasn't alone.
Look, she can be my mommy any day of the week. I'm just saying.
And she's intelligent and she can speak. So I mean, hey, not getting a dumb bitch. I'll tell you that much. Damn, she's 44. Hasn't been that long, has it?
That's fuckable.
Oh, look, man, 52 is my age limit.
Man, I gotta start clearing out stuff on my soundboard. I can't use these anymore.
Got hairy legs. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And they're all guys at the time.
I mean, all these are worthless now.
Yo, and this is the motherfucker.
Come on, man.
In office, bro.
I'm so glad he stepped aside.
You ain't black. He didn't step aside.
He's not running. He's still president.
He was pushed. He was pushed.
He was
over the edge. Over the edge. Oh no.
Yeah. Someone someone didn't listen. He said, "Don't push me because I'm close to the edge."
Yeah, no. He was pushed out. Biden does not want to leave office because if he does, oh, wait a minute, he's liable to get prosecuted, just like Trump did. Except, Biden actually
Oh, trust
does
me.
have problems.
Before that memo got written, the pocket pardons were written. Trust.
So let me ask
yeah,
you
that's
guys.
right.
Let me ask you guys this, and I've seriously got to get the fuck out of here. I'm hungry as
Yeah.
fuck. So let me ask you guys this real quick. With Biden stepping aside, do you think this is kind of the end of his generation of politicians running for president?
No.
No, because he's being pushed aside by people that are older than him.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are we doing this? I'm tired of electing these old fuckers.
Okay. Do you agree that Biden's a puppet and has been a puppet for the last 4 years?
Because
Yes.
you're supporting a party that has super delegates that just fucked all of their 14 million voters from the primary.
Well, that was barely a primary. Let's be real.
Right, they wouldn't allow it to be a real primary, but 14 to defend democracy, they had to abandon democracy.
No, I agree. It's fucked up. I agree with you. Trust me, I'm not going to sit here and defend the Democratic establishment. Fuck them.
Hey, I
still want my man Andrew Yang to get up in there. Let's go with the Yang gang.
Oh, geez, not that.
That's a joke.
He ended his
not
career with that can of Cool Whip, dude.
That would be
I know he's not a serious candidate.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say this: Trump is getting in office, man.
Oh,
I mean, everything.
And I didn't want him to run, but at this point, dude, I'm sorry.
There's no fucking way.
Here's the thing: if he was as vile as everybody says, they would have actually found something. They wouldn't have had to make up stuff.
Yep.
They wouldn't have had to change laws to be able to let some clickety clack bitch from fucking Vogue make up a story that literally was an episode of Law and Order SVU years earlier, and claim that he and claim that he raped her in Bergdorf's. I mean, I don't know if you know this. That's literally her entire story is an episode of SVU.
Yeah, we ran it on our show. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and they changed the statute of limitations in order to be able to get a civil case against him so that they could say Trump is a rapist. Unfortunately, the jury's first question was, did Trump rape E. Jean Carroll? And the jury answered no. So, but we hate Trump, so he has to pay her anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember when she was on when she was on Anderson Cooper?
Oh my gosh!
Sat there and talked about every woman's fantasy is to be raped. I think you're sexy, Anderson. They had to go to commercial, and I'm tired of people pretending that this man could have just rode off to the sunset. Everybody loved him until he decided to run against Hillary, and it was her turn. And then all of a sudden, he was the most vile piece of human trash. And I ask people that don't like him, what policies did you not like? And they can't name them.
No, what they can name is
every once in a while they'll say that he separated families at the border. You mean the way that the Biden administration did, since they're the one that built those camps, and the way that we have to, because a lot of people are doing human trafficking. We need to verify that that's actually the parent that's with them.
Yep.
I mean, it's just the people have built straw men, and they're tilting against these straw men that they built, and they're afraid of the ghosts that they made up.
All right, I'm gonna go eat my
your General Tso's.
Yeah,
General Tso's. Thanks for keeping things open.
Yeah, I'll stream probably about 9:30, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna have a bite.
When you close this, is it gonna close the private chat?
Probably will.
Yes.
Okay. Well, give me. Are you following me on Twitter?
I followed you on Twitter.
I want to send Jesker a thread. What's your give the audience and the people that will see this later your Twitter real quick.
It's down. Well, I say this every stream. People don't pay attention. It's down in the description box down below, you jackasses.
Well, I can't see that because I closed it so I wouldn't double my audio with you, and I could still play cool sound effects like.
Oh
So, but I'll get it. I'll send. I'm gonna send. I'm gonna send you a thread to read. I really think everybody in the world should know why the name CrowdStrike is important.
Okay, there it is in the
I'll shoot it
public
to you.
chat. There it is in the
Okay, I'll
private
grab
chat.
it. Yep, I got it.
Oh,
I was just misspelling it. Yeah, I'll shoot you that thread here in a little bit. Go eat your chicken. I appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, salute.
All right. Peace, people.
Are we going to do the naked gun freeze moment?